And welcome to Wrong Side Simulations, bringing you the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. And as always, my name is Blake, and I'm a real-world flight dispatcher, aiming to bring you a little more realism to your flight sim viewing experience through my 12 years of experience jump seating and numerous types of commercial airliners. And here we are in the beautiful, well, we're not in it, but outside of the beautiful Toliss A319, or oh my god, I'm struggling today. A321Neo, obviously vastly different from the 319. Bought this yesterday after I was having a ton of frame rate issues on the last stream in the Flight Factor 320. Cap Shack told me that the frame rates would be through the roof in this airplane, so fingers crossed. Hopefully it is. I'll be watching on Valenta also. Sweet. Actually, yep, I do have Valenta plugged in. We are JetBlue 1334 today. Going to be flying on the VATSIM network. Doesn't look like we have anybody on VATSIM as far as controlled airspace yet. Memphis, which is the next center over, is active. Hopefully that will spur an ATC controller to come on over here. Although I looked at Valenta last night and there was a ton of VATSIM activity. So whoever was controlling Atlanta last night through the late hours of the night will probably still be asleep. Anyways, oh boy, you did break down and bite. I did. Hopefully my girlfriend doesn't watch this. Dropped $108 between the two, plus another $30 on this airport, and then also just bought Active Sky Next for more realistic weather engine and better clouds. Why is this jumping around? So we'll also, in addition to be flying on VATSIM, we're going to be flying on the Virtual Delta ACARS client, tracking our progress there. What else we got going on? We're running packs as well. We're going to be doing a whole lot of stuff, hopefully. Yo. Okay. Microphone is working. It's telling me YouTube's saying that my audio is low. So just to confirm, make sure y'all can hear me, right? If you look at my Valenta flight this morning, you'll see how long it took me to get to cruising altitude. All right, once we get airborne, remind me. I'm gonna take a look. So let's jump into the cockpit. We're not necessarily completely cold and dark. We are hooked up to external power, and we'll get sweet. You can hear me. We'll get everything started. So starting, let's do a little battery test real quick. Batteries look good. Cool. Going to do the overhead. I'll be the one flying today, so we're going to go with the Nav Light 2. Crew supply is already on. Ground control, CVR test. Hey, there's 1, 2, and 3. And make sure to let me know if anything looks like stuttery in the stream. I can adjust some of the performance settings. I have Xplane cranked completely up. That might affect performance, but just let me know. Let's see, strobes. Seatbelt signs will stay off. Smoking signs come on. Army emergency lights. I'd imagine it's a little chilly, so we'll turn some heat on. Fuel pump should not be on. I'm getting some weird little laggy lookingness between the mouse and the these little cursors that pop up. Coming down to the brain of the plane. We'll go ahead and clear this stuff out. We'll go, we'll do diff strip. Our nav database cycle should be current. Doesn't have the dates on there. 2201, I believe, is current. We'll go to init. Let's just do it this way. This will be the fast, easy way. Let's see, KATL to Kmco. We have no alternate today. Our flight number is JetBlue 1334. Cost index, we're gonna, what are we planning for? We're gonna fly fast. Let's go CI99 and sim brief. We'll generate that. It's gonna increase our fuel load. Let's see, damn delta here just fine. Turn your strobe. So the strobe is in auto position. The Airbus does have an auto, although once I take the runway I do like to turn it on, but it's perfectly fine being in auto. It won't activate the strobes until you stand the throttles up. You haven't been doing it backwards. You can, that's kind of an SOP thing as well, I believe, depending on what airline you fly for. Flaps 121, my boy Rio. Alright, now we're getting that error again. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. That's so weird. Oh, okay, we're going to try to figure out. I'm getting this error, the same one I got yesterday when the stream was glitching out. YouTube's saying it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So I'm trying to figure that out. This might take a second. Alright, we'll see what it does now. Let's see, we'll keep things going. Go CI99, cruising at 33,000 feet. Temperature is going to be -49. It's still not. Just don't understand. If it's not the sim giving me problems, it's the damn stream. Alright, so flight plan, Atlanta, departing off of 27, right? On the Smelts 2. There it goes, it went away, so we should be good now. And damn it, and it's back. Smelts 2. Wallet transition. Insert. Looks good. Let's go Orlando. Arrival. So in the real world, we'd be landing on the left side. Since we're coming in from the left, so to speak. They're landing to the north. And the ATIS says they're landing on 36 left. But 36 left doesn't have an ILS, and I would rather shoot an ILS since I haven't flown an approach in this airplane yet. Which would put us landing on 36 right, but that's a departure runway in normal ops since we are on VATSIM. So I'll tell you what, we're going to plan 36 right, and if it ends up being controlled airspace, then we'll switch over to the RNAV 36 left. We'll put that in the secondary once we're airborne. Let's see, Jafar 2. Tramp for the VIA, and then for the transition onto the arrival, it's going to be COEDY. We can clear. Come on now. Clear that out. That'll join up the two. And then we should still have a discon on the arrival. Yep, going on to the approach. That's fine. We'll leave that there. That would be vectors. Let's see, secondary flight plan. Let's go. Let's initialize the secondary. Okay, ATL. Okay, ATL. And this is if we were to lose an engine. We would activate this to swing it back. Cost index 99. Cruising altitude, say let's go 6,000. And then secondary flight plan, Atlanta, departing 27 right. Smelts 2. Wallet transition, insert, and then for Atlanta, would plan to land probably on 28 since we'd be turning to the south once we're climbing out. So we'll put 28 in there and just insert it that way, leave a discon, because we'd end up going direct to probably Wanzer. On the rad nav, let's put in Atlanta. We'll put it in the secondary. We'll leave the BR1 in auto. Now let's load up the airplane. Toliss, open this up. Let's see. So big lag, but it seems to be fine now. Rio, on your device, go to settings and select like higher resolution, because I was getting that yesterday too on my side, and I just went to settings. Let's see, we might just to show. So yeah, it's not defaulting, but you can still go to resolution and set it, and it'll look how it's supposed to look. All right, so 4 passengers. We got 141 passengers. Our zero fuel weight is planned at 147 even. So we'll drop some cargo. Sweet. Slope is -3. Well, guess we can't get -3. So we'll apply this. Fuel, we're planned for 13.6, but that's on a classic 320 or 321. Let's take off 1,000 since we're on a Neo. A little more fuel efficient. Actually, we'll go more than 1,000. We'll do 12.2 and just see how that ends up panning out for us. That will work. Come back down here. Our planned zero fuel weight is 147.0. Guess I still need this. Zero fuel weight CG is 28.6. I'm gonna go flaps 1. We got a nice long runway, and it's dry. Cool. All right, so it's gonna be 29.1. And our block fuel is going to be 12.2. Let's see. Fuel, we'll say 400 is fine there. Zero that out. No alternate. Final time, which is our reserve, our 45-minute reserve, looking at 4.1. Request wins. I guess it only works for the climb. Let's see. Winds are 455. Where'd it go? 239 at 88. I don't know what I was looking at. Bitch. 239 at 88. We'll just go with that. Not really worried about the descent. Doesn't work anyways. So our fuel showing to land. We should have an extra 1.7, which is an extra 26 minutes of fuel. This looks good to me. We're on the sim brief, although it's a different engine type. We are supposed to land 5.7, which by my company's SOPs, you're supposed to land at 6,000, but you can't tell sim brief a specific remaining fuel to land with. Cool. Performance, we're gonna go flaps 1 / down 0.2. And then our flex temp's 55. Transition altitude here in the States, as we all know, is 18,000 feet. V1 is 144. V2, 144. Or correction, VR, and then V2 is 147. Boom. So performance is all plugged in. Let's get the APU going before we do. Oh, that doesn't work like Microsoft Flight Sim. I like to hold the button down and then change my view and look at the ECAM, make sure all the ECAM messages are there. But I can't do it here. Engine 1 fire test. Engine 2 fire test. Looks muy bueno. And now we got our fuel. Seatbelt sign can come on. Dog's going crazy. Active flights and blends. It just amazes me how many people are actually flying. Yep. Man, last night was nuts. Whenever you and I were chatting on Discord, I was looking at Volanta, and there was a lot of people flying. And that's when I was like, man, having to live this domesticated life, having to go to bed on time, 'cause my girlfriend will bitch. Departing. Alright, so for Atlanta, let's get our constraints on. Cool, those are already on. Top altitude on this SID is 10,000 feet. So currently in Atlanta, winds are 290 at 9, 10 statute miles, clear skies. Temperature is 14, dew point -3, and the altimeter is 3010. Sweet. APU is available. Give it a 3-minute warm-up. While we're waiting on that, I think everything else looks good. Sweet. Let's go through a quick departure brief. So as obviously and as always, it's going to be a right seat takeoff. This is a 321 for tail strike avoidance. No MELs or CDLs that degrade the performance of the aircraft. It'll be a, y'all want to do a single engine or a 2-engine taxi? Y'all let me know in the chat, and I'll do what y'all want to do. Taxi route today. Let's see, we're going to go down to 27 right, so we'll just take, we'll go to spot 4 south, and we'll just take Lima all the way down, and we'll depart off of Lima Charlie. Either Lima Charlie or Mike 20. There's a discrepancy with the scenery down at that end of the runway. Let's see. No hot spots, no runways to cross. Weather's not a factor. Terrain is no factor. Any emergency procedures before V1 be my decision to reject the takeoff. We'll stop, set the parking brakes, call flight sensitive stations, analyze the situation, and call for any ECAM actions or run the emergency evacuation checklist as required after V1. We will continue to fly the SID. We'll declare our Mayday because I don't have an engine out procedure. We will speed up, clean up our engine out. Altitude is 2,070 feet. Let's see, sim brief. So our max landing weight's 178.8. Our takeoff weight as planned is 160, so we are below our max landing weight. And we'll be coming back on 2.8. We have the ILS programmed in the secondary, and we'll activate that if we need to. If all goes as planned, we're going to fly the whatever this SID is. We're going to fly the Smelts 2. Top altitude is 10,000 feet, and we're going to squawk 2,000 for now. And that will complete our departure brief. Single engine taxi. All right. So the benefit to a single engine taxi is you conserve fuel. It's a tactic that all airlines utilize when appropriate to conserve gas. They'll single engine taxi out as well as taxi in, but you don't want to single engine taxi if you have contaminated surfaces like snow or slush or anything like that that may make it unsafe to taxi, since you'll have asymmetrical thrust. So we'll do a single engine taxi out. And with that, I believe we are ready to pretty much go. Let's get everything closed up. I'm not looking for here. Ground services. Before we do that, let's disconnect from ground power. Now we can pull the power. Go ahead and pull chocks, because I'll forget. Close up all the doors. I like it. And let's go ahead and call over better pushback. Yeah, the strobes are on. Let's see which direction I need to, I think, go left.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
We'll go. Yeah, left turnout. Sweet. Does it not have an auto? Yeah, I guess I accidentally clicked the strobes. Let's see. Make sure the door is closed. Door is closed and locked. Alright, before start checklist, maintenance log and tail is on board and checked. Copy prep is complete. Gear pins and covers are removed. Signs are on and auto. ADIRs and nav. Fuel. Fuel's gonna be a little bit different. Let's see. Min takeoff on sim brief is 11.3, so we'll call it 10.3. I need a notepad. Let's see. Notes. 10.3. We currently have 12.2 on board. Let's see. Altimeters. 3010 set. EFB is checked. Actually, we don't have one. I gotta learn how to install the AbiTab thing. Windows, doors, and slides are closed and armed. Beacon is on. Thrust lever is idle. Parking brake is on. Transponder is in auto. The 4-star checklist is complete. We're ready to push.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
What do we need for Microsoft Flight Sim? The pushback stuff? I think you can even do
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
it doesn't work, bro. Super loud too. Yeah, so obviously there's the one that I use that you've seen me use before, called the toolbar pushback, where you can steer it yourself. FS to Crew recently updated theirs. I think you have that same capability. I haven't messed with it yet. I'm pretty sure you have somewhat of the same capability of being able to tell the airplane where to turn and what direction to face. and it'll pretty much do what we just did there. I don't know if it's as user friendly,
connected
but
and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
audio seems a bit loud. All right, release the parking brakes, and we'll start the timer. Oh wait, I did get rid of the chalks, didn't I? Yep. That's one.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Copy, thank you. So the engine start on the Neo versus the classic engines take a fair amount longer. So the pushback is called FS to Crew Pushback Express, I believe, or let's see. Pushback Express. It's on sale right now for $14. I don't think it really shows anything. Yeah, they got a little video. The video is probably old though. Yeah, that's their second trailer. Once we get airborne, we'll take a look at it. All right, let's fire them up. Looking for. I need to clear that out. You want 25 psi or more on the start valve. We've got it, so we'll go ahead and start number one. Some things, so I have the TCA throttle. Some things work, some things don't. Like the engine mode selector does not work. I'm sure it can work. I just haven't put in the effort yet to go square away the throttle. So there it has a 30-second cooldown. I don't know what it's cooling because the engines haven't been started. Like it's not like we just landed in from somewhere and turning around. But it's got a 30-second cooldown before it really starts to rotate. What is this sexy engine though?
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
So EQ, once we like when we're shooting the approach, I'll try to like verbally say what I'm doing and thinking and why and that kind of stuff. Since you're pretty new to the Airbus, to try to help you better understand how the auto throttle logic works in the Airbus, and then maybe that'll help you out on your Delta approaches. Where's the pin?
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Oops. Wow. Nothing to see here. Just forgetting to turn on fuel pumps. You'd think the airplane would ding at you whenever you hit the engine master switch. Thank you for the pin. You are quite ugly. You're very ugly. From there, you would flash the light. Go down. One thing I don't like with the Toliss is you can't use your scroll wheel on a lot of the switches. Most like I quit using the cockpit brake. I don't really have much of a choice. I don't know, because it's like I was messing with the brake on my throttle a minute ago, and it wasn't doing anything in the cockpit. So I was like, all right, well, I got to do it in the cockpit. And then I go to do it in the cockpit, and it's recognizing the throttle. So I don't know. This thing's stupid. All right, so we got a good start on one. We're going to do the single engine taxi. As you can see, the nose wheel steering is in amber. That's because the nose wheel steering hydraulic power runs off of engine number 2. So to solve that, we'll be turning on the yellow electric pump. So for now, we're going to go through our typical before taxi flow. So engine mode selected to normal, arm the spoilers, reset rudder trim, flaps to 1. I'm going to go TA on the TCAS, trim down just a hair. Help if I turned our radios on. Should have did that in the pre-flight, obviously. And then AP is going to stay on because we still have to start engine 2. But for the nose wheel steering, turn on the yellow electric pump. And now we can run after start checklist. After start checklist, engine anti-ice is off, yellow electric pump is on, and rudder trim is 0. After start checklist is complete. Tony! So far it's pretty nice, to be honest. I'm enjoying it. You can get a lot more realistic performance type stuff as far as getting the correct V speeds and numbers and whatever. We're about to try a single engine taxi for the first time in this airplane, so God help us. And we'll hit that. Let's see. Can't tell if this thing's working or not. Cool. I think that's what's happening is I'm too high when I'm trying to grab the ILS, so I get the aircraft down, then level off, and auto throttle completely freaks out. Interesting. We'll talk about it a little bit once we're on approach. Alright, so we'll release the brake, see if it works. Nope, don't work. It's like the brake on a TCA only works when you rotate it once. So you got to go up and down to get it to register. Atlanta traffic. JetBlue 1334 is leaving the Charlie gates, taxiing over to runway 27 right, Atlanta. Oh, that whine. And that's realistic too. Neos have that real sexy whine. That's alright, we still got one more engine to start. So you'll get to see that one. We're going to hold here at spot 4 south. I'm not sure. Oh wait, that'd probably be B1. Here we go. I wasn't connected to the VATSIM network. Atlanta traffic. JetBlue 1334 is leaving the Charlie gates, taxiing over to runway 27 right, Atlanta. Cool. Get that whine again. Clear left, clear right. Yep. I am. Nobody wants to do Atlanta right now. So Tony, I thought I was gonna cry a while ago. I was getting that error message from YouTube again saying there wasn't enough video to have a smooth stream, but I turned down the scenery a little bit on Xplane, and now it looks like we're good. Hopefully everything is smooth on y'all's end. It's going to be a relatively short taxi, so we're going to go ahead and fire up number 2. So engine back to idle. Yellow electric pump off. Engine mode selector to ignition. Starting 2. You can hear the PTU back there running. The barking dog sound. In the real world, if there wasn't traffic in the way, they'd definitely be doing a 2-engine taxi. It takes a hot minute for these engines to start. And I'm just really loving how smooth this is. Just remembered that I forgot to start packs. Oh well. I guess we'll just leave those passengers behind. Close that since we don't need it. Alright, so now things are going to happen pretty fast. I'm probably going to have to sit and wait for a short second. Run our 3-minute engine warm-up. After start, flow again. Shut up. Boom, 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 boom. Trim set. APU can now come off. Mini brief. After start checklist. As engine anti-ice is off, yellow pump is off, rotor trim is 0. After start checklist is complete. Mini brief. Takeoff runway is going to be runway 27 right. Gross weight is 159.0. Fuel on board is 12,000. Flaps is 1 plus F. V speeds got 144, 147. Flex 55. Initial altitude is going to be 10,000 feet. Standard transition and our first fix is slaw. I like coleslaw. Mini briefs complete. Flight controls check. Got full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral. Let's see if I can, if this nose wheel steering disconnect works. Not there. Nope, not there either. Can I not? Whatever. Full left, full right, neutral. Before takeoff flow. Could have gone down one more. And once we get short, we'll still have about a minute left on the timer. We'll run our before takeoff checklist all the way. Boom, boom, all the way. Alright, we'll hold right here. Set the parking brake. And before takeoff checklist, gross weight comparisons complete. Pitch trim is 20, what was it? I don't remember. I think it was like 27. I don't know. We'll say 27.7% CG set V1 VR V2 flex is 144, 144, 147 flex 55. Flaps 1 plus F. Flight infrastructure checked. Flight controls are checked. Kmco takeoff all green. Kmco status is checked. Different wind shears on auto. TCAS code set. TARA. Cabin cruise advised. Mini brief complete. Takeoff runway is 27 right. And it's confirmed. Fuel 10.3 is required. We've got 11.9 on board. Engine mode selectors, normal bleed packs are set. Before takeoff checklist is complete. We got a 3-minute engine warm up. We are ready to go. Check that parking brake. Nope, didn't release. Alright, get that engine whine. Oh, it's just. That is the sexiest sound to me in commercial aviation. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 1334 is lining up on runway 27 right. We'll be departing the airspace to the south, Atlanta. Oh my god, I hate the clicking. There we go. Alright, y'all ready? How the TPR is treating you? Have you adjusted the tension yet, or leaving them stock? I actually loosened it up because I have a little rolly chair, and as soon as I start really trying to flex those rudders, I start rolling back. I would like to put the full tension on them though, but they feel pretty nice as is. I'm still kind of getting used to them. Alright, here we go. Looking for symmetrical thrust. Got it. Man, flex, SRS, runway, auto, thrust, blue. $80 knots, thrust set. Neutral by 100. There's V1, hand off the throttle, and rotate. Nice slow transition, avoid any tail strikes. Got a positive rate, gears coming up, nav. I'm staying just below that vertical line where it wants me to go because we're already not really accelerating a whole lot. Now it's going to come down, this acceleration altitude. So we'll pitch down. We're looking for a positive trend on the airspeed. Once we got it, we'll go into climb power. There's a positive trend. Thrust climb. We'll keep the nose coming down and just stay on those flight directors. I'm kind of babying the airplane because I'm not used to how this thing flies. And once we pass S speed, we can go flaps up. And there's S speed. Flaps up. After takeoff checklist. Landing gear is up, flaps retracted, bleed packs are set, and APU is off. After takeoff checklist is complete. Hold your ears, here comes a flyby. Or not. She is pretty. Then we're going to pitch up. We're about to overspeed. Atlanta traffic. JetBlue 1334 is clear. Runway 27 right. Exiting the airspace to the south. Atlanta. I don't know if y'all can tell or not, but got a new beard do today at the old barber shop. My girl Emily, it's like master beard trimmer. Got me looking real manly with the thin beard and a thick stash. When she was done, I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, I've never felt more manly in my life. Now all I need to do is fly through a flock of geese and put this airplane in a river and I'll be as manly as Sully. We're still hand flying, just staying right on those flight directors. There's 9,000. 1,000 to go. Let's keep it going up. Take it up to 20 and we'll go, nope, not what I want. Open climb. Thrust climb, open climb. Once we put the autopilot on, we'll get back to the chat. So we are above 10,000 feet, but the aircraft is keeping that 250 knots because of the speed constraint coming up at Rivet. Got 250 knots there. Now I will say the flight directors, they sway a little bit more than I think than what's realistic. You kind of see them bobbing around a lot. You don't really see that much in the real airplane. And I would also say that Microsoft Flight Sim, as far as the resolution of the PFD, is better than Xplane, or at least Toliss. But I mean, it's a brand new generation of Flight Sim, so who knows what Xplane 12 will have. And we'll go autopilot 2 since I'm the one flying on the right seat. And get back to the chat. You can get a set of locking caster wheels for your chair on Amazon for like 25 bucks. Enormous help for simmers. I might have to do that. Which, as you know, I'm in the market for a new chair. I paid off credit card today. The one I've been fighting to pay off for a while. So I'm pretty tight on money till next payday, which I have overtime on next payday. So I'll probably be looking at getting the chair then. Going to try to keep it around the $150 mark. Although, since my ass is in it for so long, I should probably set a higher budget. Something more comfortable. Should have turned the lights off at 10,000, but you know, I was hand flying, so we didn't do that. Let the flight attendants know as well. Alright, so now that we've passed Rivet with the 250 knot speed restriction, now the aircraft is going to accelerate. So it's going to pitch down. You'll see the vertical speed is going to reduce a bit. And the airplane is going to accelerate to 340 knots. And it's just actually going to fluctuate with the environment that the airplane is in. So we are flying as fast as the plane will in the environment it's in. So as you can see, we have CI-99 planned. And for those of you who don't know, CI-99 is basically how fast you want to fly. So you would set from 0 to, at my company we'll go up to 125. The numbers do actually span from 0 to 999, but you're not going to get really any difference between 99 and 999. So anyways, to fly faster, CI-99, like the higher the number, the faster the plane will fly. If I were to reduce that CI to say CI-25, you would probably see the speed stick around about where it's at now, in that 290 to 300 knot mark. But cost index, is what CI stands for, is just another fuel saving tactic. If we want to save fuel, you can fly CI 0. And there's numerous different reasons why you would change your cost index. So we are above transition altitude, so we'll go standard. So let's say like we're on our way to Orlando, and Orlando Ops calls the dispatcher and says, hey, JetBlue 1334 is going to be pretty early. Their gate's going to be occupied when they get here. Can you slow them down? Maybe they'll wait less on the ground, because you know passengers be getting a little irritable when they have to sit in an airplane when they're up on the ground. So the dispatcher would shoot the airplane a message and say, hey Cap, your gate's going to be occupied when you get there, so slow to CI 0. So the pilots would then come into the McDo, put in CI 0, and then the airplane would fly basically long range cruise. Fly as slow as it can, and it also saves gas. A lot of times too, say if there's weather rolling into the destination and the plane's not going to beat it and they're kind of far out, dispatcher can shoot them a message, hey, fly CI 0, aircraft are holding, let's give this weather time to move through and get the holding out of the way. Speed alt star, let's keep it going up to our final of 33. Thrust climb, open climb, 33 blue. 33 blue there. Our company SOPs, once the pilot flying changes the altitude in the FCU, the flight control unit, he will read 33 blue on his, and then the pilot monitoring will also confirm 33 blue on their end, just to make sure that everything cross checks. Do the same when you're descending, except the number will then be on the bottom of the altitude tape. Let's see. Oh, maybe that's my problem. My SimBrief CI has been in the single digits. That's why I don't have the power on the higher climbs. No, that shouldn't affect your climb. The airplane does have different settings for climb versus cruise. So like right now we're in the climb, we're in CI 99, and we could actually tell the airplane, let's climb fast and then cruise slow if you wanted to. So we go to next. Nope, go back. Alright, so in cruise you got CI 99 as well. So we could actually change it, and we can even tell the airplane, like, let's fly 291 knots, and it'll do it. Even though you're having a, it's not so much a weaker climb power, it's just flying slower, but it'll should still climb. Up to 260 is good. It's getting better from 26 to 30,000 is where it takes favor. Yeah, and that's mostly realistic. The higher you get, the less performance the airplane has, and you will see the climb rate just slow down, if you will, especially the heavier you are. Now if you're super light, like if you're a repo flight and it's nothing but fuel and the pilots and there's no passengers, no cargo, then it'll probably still climb relatively fast. But the higher you go, the less performance there is, and the airplane will not struggle, but it's just going to shallow off so that it's still maintaining climb. Also too, like when you're flying the Airbus, I like to climb an open climb, which means the airplane is going to pitch for speed and it's going to climb as fast as it can. There's also a managed climb where it's going to fly the glide path that it calculates based off of your weights and the atmospheric conditions, and it'll climb based off of that. But most guys, I think they're just going to do open climb because they want to get to cruise faster. Once you get up to cruise, and you can kind of sit back a little bit more, turn the seatbelt sign off, and kind of chill for a little bit. If the vertical speed goes above plus 400, I'll start to lose speed. Yeah, I'd have to see how you're setting up the airplane and see what's going on. So when you're climbing, are you in like an open climb, managed climb, or are you climbing using vertical speed? Oh man, it's all part of the process. Don't worry about it. I, as well as everybody else, have been there before. There's been many times before I understood how airplanes and physics of airplanes work that I would be trying to, like, I would set the vertical speed to like 2,000 feet per minute, and obviously that works just fine at lower altitudes. And then I would walk away from my computer and I'd come back and the airplane crashed. And so I went to work. This was back when I was working the Delta ramp, and talked to a pilot that was just chilling in between flights, and I asked him, I said, hey man, I'm doing this flight sim stuff, and I'll set my vertical speed to like 1,800, 2,000 feet per minute, but then somewhere along the way, like, the plane is crashing, and I don't understand why, because like it's climbing fine, and then I come back and the plane's in the ground. He's like, oh well, the higher you go, the less performance, and the plane's going to have to chill out on its climb speed. So I started staying at the computer and paying attention and adjusting the vertical speed. And that was before I ever messed with like a more study level airplane. Once I got study level airplanes, I learned that putting the airplane into VNAV mode the airplane would pitch for speed and do its own thing and avoid any crashing or stalling. So I put the altitude in and click and let the plane do it. It usually stops at 400 to 500 climb, and so I put in vertical speed at 1000 in the speed tanks with auto throttle on. So what and that's happening above 30,000 feet, right? It just might be too heavy, because there's a thing as being too heavy, especially like with the 321 like we're flying right now. Let's see, where do I go for? I'll go to Prague. Yeah. So, like right now, we have 33,000 set as our cruise altitude. The optimum altitude the airplane is calculating is 37,000 feet. The max it can fly is 39. A lot of times, if we're a lot heavier, then it would say like the optimum is 33, and then as we burn fuel and we get lighter, this number will go up. You can fly higher. It's pretty often that I'll dispatch my ACARS, my guys, I'm like, hey, there's moderate turbulence this far down the road on your route. If you can get up to 37,000, you'll probably find smooth rides. And I'm like, oh, thanks for the info. We're too heavy to get to 37. We'll keep you in the loop, and then they'll let me know if those bad rides actually exist or not. Let's see. 2.6 and above. Yeah, I'd have to watch and see what's going on. And also, just to confirm that you are for sure flying the fly-by-wire and not the Asobo default Airbus, right? Because I have seen that, and some people they think they're flying the fly-by-wire, but they're not. They're flying the Asobo. Not gonna lie, I'm really digging this airplane. But it's pretty easy to dig this airplane when I haven't had a realistic Airbus and Microsoft Flight Sim for a long, long time. So thus far, we've been out of the gate for 32 minutes. Should have started the timer once we took the runway. Well, let's see if this thing has ACARS. AOC menu. That scared the hell out of me. I didn't know you could init the flight. Oh, you can't. I was messing around with some of this stuff earlier yesterday, and it was like nothing works. Yeah, none of that works. It's the fly-by-wire. Sobo is missing so much. Yeah, it is. And be surprised at how many people, even though there's so much functionality that's missing, they'll still think they're in the fly-by-wire. So when you are doing your flights, are you just going with the fuel load that's already in the airplane, or are you changing the fuel load? Are you changing the payload, stuff like that? Far out to top of descent. Got 120 miles to top of descent. So that's another thing that's missing on the fly-by-wire. You can't calculate a top of descent, which is when you're supposed to start coming down. Top of descent is calculated based off of your weight and the atmospheric conditions, and it's calculating a glide path down to the runway on the route that you've planned. So you'll have to work a hell of a lot less when you have a realistic Airbus and the airplane can calculate everything for you. You basically just tell the airplane come down, and it will handle the rest. It'll meet the speed constraints, crossing constraints, all that good stuff. Makes life 20 times easier. Real quick, I'm going to run to the bathroom, drinking coffee. It's So I will be right back. We'll put it in a pretty wing mode. And I will be right back with y'all. Well, now, after taking a trip out to the lab, if we need to climb anymore, the airplane will be lighter, and we can certainly do that. Alright, so let's see. I use SimBrief with setting the cargo and passenger load and fuel. I use everything from SimBrief that I can. Well, you think you're using everything. Alright, and so then you set everything in SimBrief. You have SimBrief tied to fly-by-wire, or are you like manually changing stuff? Because as you'll see, like in my streams, I'll just have SimBrief tied to fly-by-wire, and I'll hit initialize, and it'll pretty much do everything for me, other than the fuel. I think I have to go to the EFB now to load the fuel. I'm just kind of troubleshooting idea by idea to try to determine if maybe you're way heavier than maybe you think you are. One thing to do that you'll need to do for at least most accurate numbers, I think Google. Oh hey, I got a friend request on here. Add, sweet. I I just added you on Valenta. You'll want to go and Google the airplane profile for SimBrief from the fly-by-wire. It's specific to the fly-by-wire. You'll go and add it to your fleet in SimBrief. And that way you should have the most accurate burns and stuff. But on top of that, it'll keep your weights. Stand by. Okay. That's very peculiar. We might be on one engine. Stand by, shit's getting real. I don't know what's going on, but number 2 rolled back. It's like N2's trying, but that might just be We have no master cautions. This has to be a glitch of some sort. Let's try. Go idle on 1. Yeah, we have nothing on 2. We're going to shut down 1. I don't know if I do or not, but I probably do. Trenton, how's it going? Looks like you jumped in during an emergency. Something is up with engine 2, and engine 2 is not putting out thrust, so we're probably about to shut it down and maybe try a relight. We'll have to descend for that. We're down 250. We're already slow enough for it. I believe we have to be below 250 knots. Very interesting. Let's try this first. Okay, so that worked. That was really weird. We'll level off at 25. It should be able to accelerate. That was really odd. That wasn't a failure. That was definitely a glitch. Interesting. We'll recruise the airplane at 290. Alt cruise. And we'll go back to manage speed. Pick our speed back up. That was really odd. I've never seen anything like that before. Okay. We'll keep ignition on. That's really weird. Don't know why that would be doing that. We're going to keep the AP on as well in case we end up needing to shut down. Oh gosh. That's really weird. Call maintenance when we get on the ground. SimBrief's tied to the fly-by-wire. Interesting. Yeah, I'd have to watch and see what's going on See what's happening with your airplane. It is really weird that the plane is struggling to climb above 30,000 feet. So we'll demonstrate CI 25 and watch how the speed will slow down. Boom. So that puts it right about where we're at now. So the engines will chill out and we'll just cruise at CI 25. We are going to be burning more gas now that we have the AP on. It's not much. AP burns about 200 pounds an hour. But we do have that going, so we'll compensate by flying slower. But we're also flying lower, which burns more gas too. So before we hit our top of descent, EQ, this is for you. I'll show you what this is about. It's the pushback. Take a look in just a sec on the landing gear.
We will be ready shortly.
Parking brake set.
Parked, brakes released. Done time, mighty pop comes service.
Merci, bon vol et à bientôt. Libere los frenos de aparcamiento. Thanks, have a good flight, see you later.
So that didn't really tell you much. The distance mode it's talking about was what I was describing. It's not as intuitive or user-friendly, but you basically have to guesstimate how far back the taxiway line is, or whatever point that you want to push the airplane to, how far that is, put that distance in, and then also tell it which direction to point the nose and how many degrees to turn, and it'll do it. So it'll do the same thing as better pushback, but it's not as intuitive. So Valanta, let's see if I can find your flights. Chicago, Minneapolis. Yeah, I see it. It's very, very gradual. It looks like you didn't even get to cruise for very long. Hey, that landing rate's nice. Negative 107? Shoot. That's real nice and smooth. A little buttery. Butter on a biscuit. At least you had one part that went better for you on that flight, right? Yeah, so as Trenton said, and there's one thing I was going to ask, but I didn't want to ask because it could almost be taken as an insult, but are you making sure that your landing gear is retracted while you're in the climb? Which you should probably know, because your overspeed line will stay a lot lower. It'll be down to 250 knots, around about that area. So obviously if that is where your overspeed red line is at, you should know something's wrong. That's the best way to be able to tell. 3/4 of the way there before I had to start to come down. Yeah. Been there before. Nice landing in Delta, rejected because of my stall. Oh, that sucks. Damn Delta. Delta's so hoity-toity. I mean, it's a stall. Not a big deal. Alright, let's do a arrival brief real quick. And we'll get ready to come down. We'll start down about 22 miles. We'll go ahead and program the arrival first. Alright, so currently winds are 320 at 10. Nice little crosswind, or quartering crosswind. Let's see, temperature is 19. The weather here today in Orlando is amazeballs. It's beautiful outside. Altimeter is 3003. And for the ILS, it's going to be 200 feet. We might switch over to the RNAV. Alright, so for the approach brief, once we get our charts pulled back up, not going to worry about the star. Need to see that. So our frequency is going to be 110.7, final approach course 5 degrees. Final approach fix is Joker at 1,600 feet. Touchdown zone elevation is 92 feet. If we go miss, we'll climb to 500 and a climbing left turn to 3,000. And we'll fly the downwind and try it again. We have a standard 3-degree glide slope. We have approach lights, Pappy on the left, and again, if we go miss, climb 500, climbing left turn to 3,000. Says on heading 309. We can always do that. Okay, so we'll do that instead of just swing back around. We'll fly 309 and then we'll swing back around. Minimums to start the approach 200 feet with a half-mile viz. We have that. It's a beautiful day. If we switch to the RNAV, minimums for that approach, we'll be doing an LNAV VNAV. It's 313 feet above ground and 7/8 of a mile, so I would just call it a mile. We have that too. Once we land, 35 right, we've got 12,005 feet of runway, and we will probably get off at Juliet and taxi over to Airside 3. 436 right. We have high intensity runway lights, centerline lights, approach lights, touchdown zone lights, Pappy on the left. The Pappy is a 3-degree glide slope, matches with the ILS. It's grooved. RVR is reporting, and from the glide slope we have 10,551 feet of usable runway. Runway is 200 feet wide. Sweet. It is an ILS as of now, so we have the push buttons on. We're planning an auto brake low. Weather's no factor, terrain's no factor. Let's see what our first constraint is below. So we'll go 24. Thrust idle, descent. It's going to follow this green dot. That is the vertical navigation, so to speak. Let's see. I recovered, damn it. Alright, Rio, we'll see when you come back. Doggy's excited. Yeah, I think my roommate just got home from taking her boyfriend back to his house. My dog barks over everything. And R6 with Raul says, why first officer view? Ugh. Well, so the channel name is Wrong Side Simulations, and that is exactly why it's called Wrong Side, because many in the flight sim community would consider flying from the right seat being the wrong side of the airplane. I like to be different and try to do things different from everybody else in the whole flight sim world. If you've noticed, everybody's names is Captain this, Captain that. I'm a little different, so I'm going to fly from the right seat. Yes, the first officer is known as to be U, right? And me, even as a world dispatcher, the first officer is like non-existent in our world. We just need them to be there. And that's it. That's all we care about. Other than that, it's us and the pilot in command. Yeah, I don't know. I like to do things different. So we're going to fly from the right seat. There's a lot less responsibility as a first officer. You don't have to go through upgrade training and learn all the stuff that the captain has to learn, all the amendments and the policy SOP stuff that airlines do. So actually, there's a lot of first officers out there who stay in the right seat forever. Like, you know what? I don't want the extra responsibility. I don't want to deal with upgrade training. I make good enough money as an FO. I get whatever schedule I want. I'm gonna stay here. So it's kind of, you think it's kind of weird, especially that captains make a lot more money, but to each their own, I guess, right? Respect. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Synchrony. FOs should be respected more. They are captains of the future. Yep. Glad to catch the stream wrong side. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you all for coming to hang out with me. We did start our way down into Orlando, and then the aircraft decided, nah, we calculated wrong. We're going to hang out here for a while. So we're chilling at 25,500 feet, which would be a VFR altitude. I was waiting for that glide path to catch back up. We are planning to land on 36 right. This is going to be my first approach in the Toliss A321Neo. 26 right, correction, 36 right in Orlando is typically a departure runway. Usually they're not going to be landing on that, and they're not right now in real life. Visual approach to runway 35 right and 36 left is in progress. So, trying to decide if I want to be realistic and switch over to the RNAV on 36 left, but I would prefer an ILS approach since it's my first time on this airplane. Tell you what, let's just do this. Let's go. Tell the airplane to come down. We'll get down to 24,000. We'll chill out there until the glide path catches back up. Also, if you're just now joining the stream, we had a little weird thing happen earlier. We were in cruise, everything was fine, and all of a sudden, engine 2 rolled back. It wasn't a shutdown. I didn't get any master warning, so I'm assuming it's a glitch in the software. And for some reason, the airplane just wanted to be in ignition instead of engine mode selected to normal. So we put it in ignition, and the engine's running fine, so we're going to keep it there. As a backup precautionary, we have the APU on. In the event we need to shut down engine 2, we can compensate by using that generator, because you will lose half of our electrical performance. I mean, the airplane can run just fine on the IDG on engine 1, but always have to have a backup. Kind of like Sully, right? When Sully lost both of his engines, the first thing he did was APU, and that was like way further down in the checklist. I like to have the APU on. Just about to Gainesville, 102 nautical miles remaining. And that cross checks. Got Gainesville right there. Look, appreciate the position report. Go back to constraints since we're on the descent-ish. So as of right now, vertical deviation, we're below about 2,000 feet. But it should be moving. I don't know why it's not moving. Might have to go Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 version and just use vertical speed and eyeball it if this doesn't change. Other than having the discon where the star joins with the approach, which is just vectors, that's normal. Everything else looks like it's entered correctly, so I don't really know why we wouldn't be getting the correct glide slope or glide path. Yep, the APU is on. After that little incident we had, figured it was probably the smart decision to go ahead and have it on just in case we need to shut down number 2. I think everything will be fine. Alright, so at our next fix we need to be at or below 240, 280 knots. So once we get closer to this, we should start seeing that vertical deviation begin to diminish. Yeah, so what? So that discon is a normal thing? Oof. My Dean Ambrose self kept deleting that. It just depends. If you are flying, like say if you're on flight sim and you're flying in controlled airspace, you definitely want to leave those, because that's going to be, now actually it depends on where out on your route. If it's a discontinuity between say like your SID and your star, basically means that the two parts of your route aren't joining up, and so you definitely want to get rid of it. Whereas on the arrival, if it's the star and then a discon where your approach starts, you would want to leave it out, because that's going to be a vectors area, and if you're going into controlled airspace, ATC will vector you on the approach. If you take the discon out and you just go ahead and start turning on the approach, they might get mad at you if you do it before what they would want to do. So basically take off all the discontinuities except for where the star meets the approach. Alright, there's the vertical deviation. Let's go down. Airplane will start to come down. We're in descent mode. Thrust idle. And it's going to maintain that vertical navigation. So let's see. Next cross constraints just below 19, below 15. So we can keep it coming down. Where's my charts? $13, $12. Alright, so we'll go down to 8,220 knots. So this, let's see, following on Volanta, sweet. So that discon is a normal thing, I read that. But to be fair, I've only flown fly-by-wire A321X. Yeah, that's, and again, for anybody else who may not know, fly-by-wire obviously is not study level, and it doesn't have the correct LNAV and VNAV, all that good stuff, which is the only reason why I've been really excited to fly Xplane, because I don't have a realistic Airbus until the Phoenix comes. When the Phoenix comes, it's going to be game on. I've always waited for vectors for approach, but damn, that clarifies a whole bunch for me. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome. I used to always be scared of that. And then the fly-by-wire came along, and like you really have no other choice but to just like use heading mode and speed and vertical speed to like control yourself. And that's made me a better sim pilot. Now I'm confident. Like I used to think vectors was bad, and not having that glide path or the route connect all the way to the threshold of the runway was a bad thing, and it's not. It's just where they're gonna turn you. Yep, we are on VATSIM. Unfortunately, there's no controlled airspace. Damn, there was a whole bunch behind us, and even they've gotten off. That's the downside to flying at this time of day, is there's not a whole lot of activity on VATSIM. But I have a girlfriend who prefers that I'm off the computer by the time she gets home, since I'm home all day and have all day to do this. She wants to hang out. So if y'all are new to the channel, I am a real-world flight dispatcher. I am a dispatcher for a Major Part 121 carrier here in the States, and I do commute for work. Because of that, I'm gone from home for a week, and then I'm home for a week, and I do 7 on, 7 off. Therefore, that's why the girlfriend wants me off the computer, so that we can hang out, since she goes quite a bit of time without seeing me. Yeah, Phoenix. Big old smiley face. I cannot wait for the Phoenix. Is the APU on? Yep, APU is on. As you can see, APU available. In there. And it's on because of some issues we were having with the with engine number 2 in cruise a while ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on. It's just there as a precautionary measure in case we need to shut it down. 3003 is the altimeter, getting ready to cross back through transition altitude. And then we'll do approach brief. Or the approach checklist, rather. We already did the approach brief. There's 18,000. 3003. And 3003. Can't forget the standby. Although it won't go to the exact one, so that's a little irritating. Not really sure why it's flashing down there. It shouldn't be. Alright, let's do Got a room, Blake. Thanks for the stream. This was awesome. I'll catch the rest later. Sweet. Have a good day, Tony. Appreciate your help that you always give. My man over. If y'all need a custom PC built, go to Jetline Systems. Hands down, the best. I was having some issues not too long ago. Turned out it was something in my community folder for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. But Tony over at Jetline stayed on the phone with me for a solid 2 hours while we troubleshot the issues and got it working right. I just don't understand why that's flashing. That shouldn't be flashing. Same in there. I do not know. Alright, let's run through a quick little status page. Everything is normal. Seatbelts are on. Cool. Alright, so approach checklist. Briefing is complete. Approach stable by 1,000 feet. AGL. ECAM status check. Seatbelts are on. Minimums 200 set. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2 are off, and altimeters 3003 set. Approach checklist is complete. Neat. I want to get an airport-related job someday, even if it's just being ground crew or whatever. Would be so cool seeing all the different companies and planes. And then at Tony Sanderson, respect. Not too many stand by their company with professional standards nowadays. Very true on that. Those Jetline, we'll come back to the other part because I got a nifty little thing to talk about that. But thrust idle. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So Jetline is a pretty small company, and I went there to go discuss. They're over in Tampa. I'm in Orlando, so there's a little drive over there. Man, they sat me down on a VR sim, full motion sim, several different simulator setups, and got to play around and hang out for a big portion of the day. And met the president of the company, the VP of the company. Tony does a lot of the builds. Met the whole crew there. Just super, super awesome, down to earth, great people, and they definitely stand beside their product. And they have always been a massive help. Anytime I need them, it can be just something where I can be slightly computer illiterate, and if I need help, call them up, and they take care of me. It's really bothering me that's flashing. No, it's not supposed to be flashing. As far as the ground crew stuff, like EQ says, been there, done that. That's actually how I got my start. I was always interested in airplanes, but I never thought I'd be smart enough to work in aviation. Then I bought Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 when I graduated high school in 2009. And that really started to pique my interest more, and I kind of started to learn a little bit more of the airplane and all that. And I was working at a sporting goods store since I always played sports growing up. Figured I could sell sporting goods stuff. Turned out you just sell tennis shoes more than anything. And one of my coworkers who worked that job also worked for Continental on the ramp. And he's like, dude, if you love airplanes, you need to go work my job with me. This was back before SIDA badge days, but went and got on the ramp with him, marshaled the airplane in, threw some bags and stuff. I was like, dude, this is way better than selling tennis shoes. So I applied with Delta, got the job, and worked there for 5 years. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I'm at now. It gave me the opportunity to talk to pilots, ask questions, and learn. It definitely wasn't about the paycheck because there wasn't much of one. But I got to experience every part of ground operations, from ticket counter, the gate, the ramp, and de-icing, cargo, ground security coordinator, everything. Anything you think of, I've done it. And I was in the Air Force for a little while, got out of the Air Force on a medical disability, and I went to the VA. They were going to put me through flight training for free. Then the ATP went up. I'll throw out a little bit of spoilers just to try to manage that speed a little better. Long story short, ATP went up, and the VA, they wanted me in the right seat of an airliner as soon as I graduated college. That wasn't going to happen. So the next best thing was dispatch, and it was a blessing in disguise because dispatch is awesome. Kind of best of both worlds. Head hits the same pillow every night. where we get to ride around in the cockpit on any U.S. domestic flight, any carrier. I get to be a part of, you know, the technical aviation stuff and speak the lingo and all that. And if it wasn't for working the ground and throwing bags and all that, wouldn't be where I'm at now. Well, and also hugely the simulator. Thanks to Flight Sim now, there's times where crews will call me and like say, hey, you know, we're trying to get our performance numbers, but the airplane is telling us our gross weight is this, it should be this. And I'm like, oh, okay, we'll go into McDo, go to the init page or the fuel proc page, and make sure you change your zero fuel weight there with your actual zero fuel weight. And then your airplane will tell you what it's supposed to be telling you. And they do that, and they're like, oh, that worked. And then my coworker's like, man, it must be mind-blowing to them that a dispatcher knows their airplane just as much, if not better, than they do. It's all because of Flight Sim. Wow, it's amazing. Got to dip your feet in each of the ponds. Mad respect and appreciate you sharing your story. Piques my interest even more, and thank you for your service. Oh, thank you for your support. I think that's another thing that is greatly lacked these days, is appreciating people's sacrifice who, you know, those who protect us. Yeah, I don't know how old you are. I think to work the ramp you got to be a minimum of 18 years old and hold a valid driver's license, and probably be able to pick up 50 pounds. If you can do that, you can get you a job. And there's a lot of them hiring right now too. You can pretty much have your pick of anybody. I think your biggest limitation is just where you live. Alright, so we're slowing down nicely. We're just to the northwest of the field. We should be able to see it out there as the airplane stops turning. There she is. We're actually probably over my house right now. Or just past it. Boss moves. Alright, let's see. We've got a little hazy layer. So we are below flap 1 speed. I could go ahead and go into flaps 1, but I'm gonna wait. Let's take it down to 5. I'm gonna start making some calls to Orlando traffic. I don't see anybody else on VATSIM. Map settings. Oh, that's why. Maybe we should go to Lauderdale after this, because there's a ton of people down in Lauderdale and Miami. There's no ATC services though. 24-year-old here, 6'4", worked construction most of my life. Oh, dude, respect to that shit. That's hard ass work. In fact, my uncle owns a construction company. Make a lot of money. Drive real nice Ford F350, I believe. So no problem on physical limits, but I say ground crew because I haven't made the smartest decisions in my life. Yeah, man, you ain't the only one. You can't. There's no way you're worse than some of the people I worked with. Some of the most deadbeat, low life, lazy, no call, no show to work, kind of just. You'll be fine. They do a 10-year background check because of the SIDA stuff, but I think their limits are pretty low on that. We are tuned on Unicom. Orlando traffic, JetBlue 1334 is midfield on the downwind, expecting the ILS runway 36 right. Orlando. It depends on the company, especially if it's contracted or if it's mainline. Probably has, it should. Everybody is so short staffed right now and struggling to hold people that I believe at my company, granted we don't, I think the only place that we really have our ground crews are going to be at the hubs, predominantly Lauderdale. I believe they're at 15 an hour. They are unionized, but man, because they're so short staffed, they get worked hard.
Traffic, 35 right, approximate 10 minutes from landing.
I got that on. Just keep it neutral. So we need to be looking out for this guy. Let's go flaps 1, now that we're leveled off. We'll expand that wing a little bit, give it some more surface area for it to get that stall buffer down. All my stuff was in juvenile days anyways, but still, sure it has. I'm in California, so I gotta, yes. Come on over to Florida, man. There's a lot of aviation jobs. Well, I mean, it's still kind of expensive out here. Orlando is relatively expensive. It's not nearly as bad as California, obviously. But it's been pretty nice as far as the COVID stuff goes. It's been pretty much open. You can go and do as you please and not have to show vaccine card and all that stuff. Alright, so we're 5,000. Let's take her down to 4, and we'll join the approach a little early. So this is where the discontinuity is at, if I can hit the right button. That's why you just see this never-ending straight line, and that's for the discon. So even when we put the range out 320 miles, it's still there. And so the airplane will just stay on this heading until we tell it otherwise. Why didn't it start going? There we go. Well, we might have to fly the whole thing since it didn't start coming down. And because of that, I'm gonna, there we go. Start slowing it down a little early since I want to start the approach early. The fueling thing is the one thing I did not do. We had like fuel trucks, and I know obviously the big airports, they've got like fuel wells or whatever. Alright, so let's see. Let's go turn on the flight plan. Overfly Bryce, Discon, Tramps. Let's go Flozzy. And we'll go down to flaps 2. And just in case y'all don't know, these little amber bars there, that's your flap speed indicators or limit. So once you're below those, that's when you can start coming down on the flaps. So EQ, if you were flying this approach, what I would suggest, doing directs in the fly-by-wire is kind of a pain in the ass and it'll get a little weird. I would use heading mode to make this turn and go, just use heading mode to go towards the fix that you want. And then as you're coming to the ILS, as you get close to it, just arm the approach and then the airplane will capture the localizer and it'll track itself in. You won't have to worry about going LNAV again. Denzo, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you coming to hang out with us. Welcome aboard. We are on final into Orlando. Orlando traffic, JetBlue 1334 on a 16-mile final. Runway 36 right, Orlando. So we got this dude out ahead of us. Should be no factor. He's 1,300 feet above. And we'll be turning before he does, so we won't risk running into him. He'll probably call out here in a second though.
Orlando traffic, version 13 Mike, turning to establish on the ILS for runway 35 right, Orlando.
Oh, he says he's established. Maybe we'll be a factor. I guess we'll see. So we're going to hold 4,000 until, actually tell you what, we might need to get below. Just, never mind, that's captured. We're good. Live slope star, loc star, and now we can go autopilot 1 and 2. So now it gives us glide slope star, loc star, cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, which is what you want to see. Spin the speed down to, let's say, My default is 170 knots till 7 miles. That's pretty easy to do. Real life, they'll do that, or they'll keep you like 170. This will be fun, dual approach. Yeah. A lot of times, real life, they'll do like 100 and like 170 to 5 miles, something like that. And in that sense, things happen a little bit faster. Let's see. He says he's got me in sight. Got him in sight as well. Orlando traffic, Virgin 13 Mike, we got you in sight as well, right off our right wing. We'll maintain separation. Sweet.
We'll do the same for Virgin 13 Mike. Happy landing.
You as well. Let's see who can get the better landing rate.
Well, I am in the queen of buttery landings.
Alright, so we're looking good. Let's make sure our approach mode is activated. This is another thing to pay attention to, EQ. Make sure you activate approach mode if it doesn't do it already. If you get close, it'll do it on its own, as ours has done. And then it'll, once you get, like for us, once we get to 7 miles, we'll go manage speed, and it'll drop the speed to approach speed. So we're at 8 miles. As you can tell down here on the DME. Keep an eye on this guy. 330, gear coming down. That is sexy. There's 7.5. Let's go ahead and go managed. Go gear down. Arm spoilers. Flaps 3. Yeah, that's a long flight. I would never set my computer that long. Phil! How do you enlarge your MFD input? You just click in it. Flaps full. Ding the flight attendants. And we're clear to land-ish if we had ATC. Oh my god, I hate the clicking. Can I just use a scroll wheel, please? Alright, here we go. I wonder if the autopilot disconnect works on the side stick. About to find out. Negative. Come on, man. I gotta be a peasant and click it myself. Oh, that don't work either. $1,000. 1,000 stable. Landing checklist. Cam cruise advised. Auto thrust speed. Auto brakes low. ECAM memo. Landing all green. Landing checklist is complete. Probably a better idea to do that before you kick off the autopilot. Now this is my first approach in this Toliss airplane. It definitely flies different from the flight factor and the fly-by-wire, so hold judgments, please. It's on how it handles the flare mode. 500. A little bit of a left quartering crosswind at 9 knots.
400. 300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
Let's continue. Dip it down, compensate for the flare.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Orlando traffic, Virgin 13 Mike, clear of 35 right.
Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Whoa. I need to find a better view for that. 60 knots, and we'll stow 'em. Manual braking, and I am not rolling all the way down there. You got a COEDY. Well, into traffic. JetBlue 1334 is clear of runway 36 right, Orlando. Cool. And we're going to hold here real quick and clean her up. That should have been on. Definitely got to get my TCA set up better. TA, get off my thing. Flight directors, ILS, constraints. And lights. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, I do not like the way the Toliss does the lights. Cool. I'll beat you in flight time. 9 hours and 50. Alright. Get that beautiful engine whine going. Clear on the left, clear on the right. Take her down to airside 3. Oh, it's not the fly-by-wire. I was about to say, I think I tried to enlarge it in fly-by-wire. You can. So in the fly-by-wire, I believe you hold down right Alt. It's either right Alt or right Control, and that should do it for you. I'll pull up my charts, make sure I'm not actually going the wrong direction than what I think I'm doing. Now we're good. We'll come down to, is that Echo? And I actually should have ran a timer for the 3-minute engine cool down, but I forgot. But we'll definitely be that by the time we park. Let's see. After landing, exterior lights are set. Flaps retract. TCAS to standby. Engine mode selected. Normal. Ground spoilers disarmed. Radar predicted wind shear is off. After landing checklist is complete. I have no idea where JetBlue actually parks in Orlando in real life.
Orlando traffic, Virgin 13 Mike, crossing 35 left Orlando.
Alright, so I'm going to let y'all vote. We can either stay in the Toliss, which the Toliss I can kind of give you more high fidelity since I have checklists and flows and stuff for it. Or we can jump into a 7.6, but I don't have it all set up yet with the views. We can do a 7.5 FedEx and fly it down to either Lauderdale or head up back to Atlanta. Those are the only 2 other add-on airports that I've got. It's up to y'all. I'll let y'all choose. If we do the 7.5, I'll have to switch planes and stuff, and I'll have to switch out my flight controls, but it doesn't take very long. So based off of my company's fueling policy for a 321, we want to land with plan to land with 6,000, but that's for the classic engines. This is a Neo. We currently have 5.6, which I'm pretty sure is within what they would want. But we don't have 321 Neos yet, so I don't know what the planned fuel policy would be. Alright, before we turn in, let's turn the light off so we don't blind the marshaller. Sweet. We will set the parking brake. APU's already on. Let's see what happens when we go back to normal. Yeah, see, it's rolling. Dude, that's really weird. And that's straight up, that just shut down. Even though Engine Master is not. And that's why I had the APU on, in case that happened. That's got to be a glitch. There's nothing that would force that. Anyways, engine 1 come off, beacon, seatbelts, and fuel pumps. I would usually call up a jet bridge, but I haven't paid the. It's actually 20 bucks, not 15. 20 bucks for the moving jetways. I haven't paid that because I think such a stupid thing to pay for. So we don't have jet bridge movement. Call for external power, chocks. We'll open. We'll leave that to auto. We want this one, and this one. Switch it over to ground power. Kill the APU. Alright. Parking checklist. Slides are disarmed. Engines off. Seatbelts off. Exterior lights are set. Ice protection's off. Fuel pump's off. Yellow electric pump is off. Chalk signal. We'll pretend like it's been received. Parking brake is on. Parking checklist is complete. Alright, so let's see what kind of boats we got. Can you tell which direction the taxiways go on chart? Taxiways really go whichever direction. It's a lot of times there will be standard taxi routes for big airports, but that's more of a controller thing, and the controllers know it. They are included in the chart so that pilots can read it and have an expectation of what they'll get based off of the planned departure runway. But that's all going to be a controller thing. 75, 75, 75, 75. All right, I guess we're going to go to 75. Negative 298 was his landing. Let's see what Delta reports for us. 164. Cool, so I wasn't a liar. Looks good. We'll finish this. We'll file it. They better accept it. Our block time was about an hour and 30 minutes-ish. Let's see what else do we have going on over here. Volanta. Review your flight. Volanta says negative 168. So maybe whatever source it's using is a little bit more sensitive than Delta. I have noticed that a lot of times the overlay will show better than like some other sources. And this says the aircraft I'm flying is a 737-800. That is incorrect. Overlay. Anyways, cool. Let's disconnect from VATSIM and let's do some replays since we have that capability on here. What is it? Alt R. Go away.
$500.
Trying to remember these button keys for these views. So I floated just a little too long, and that's what really planted the airplane down. That float combined with the time in which I went idle, it gave me idle at 15 feet. I preferred it around 10 feet. That's kind of what made us plan it a little bit. 164 is livable. I just know I can do better, so it pisses me off. Pretty cool view. Weirder said you are an Xplane 11 and it claims he was unprepared. How the heck did you guys see each other? VATSIM. We're both connected to VATSIM. Doesn't matter what platform you're on, as long as you're on VATSIM, you can see each other. That's a pretty airplane. Alright, so I'm going to let this play, and I'm going to start swapping out my controls for the 7.5. Just give you something to watch, and I'll be right back with you. All right. New controls are set up. As you can see, now I got our TCA Boeing yoke, and we've got the honeycomb throttles over here on the other side. Leaving the side stick for a little tiller action. Now we just got to get Xplane set up. I want to just sit and wait and see if it also shows the doors opening. It does, in a weird way. Alright, so let's get actually, nope, I don't want to do that. Main menu, flight config. Let's see. Ooh. I wonder. I think it has the I want to try this. Might still have to do like separate views and stuff, and if that's the case, we might as well. We'll go back to the other one. We want Orlando. And we'll come over there. Alright, so now the next question is where to go. Do we go down to Lauderdale, which I believe we've already flown the 7.5 down there? Or do we head back to Atlanta? Because I'm thinking if we can make a short flight over to Lauderdale, then we can turn around and take the Toliss back up to Atlanta from Lauderdale. That's what I'm thinking. Let me know what you think. Yeah, that is true. It is a FedEx hub. I don't have. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be a separate airplane. Winglets off. Rolls Royce, of course. Okay. I don't have any add-on scenery for Indy. Although, if there is some, I'll probably get it. I've been trying to focus on like sceneries that are more centralized geographically in the States. That way I can kind of reach out to wherever instead of everything being close or super far. So I actually think I might get Indy here soon just because you said that. Let's see, do we have our views? Nope. Since I haven't set up views yet, let's do, so we're not having to wait forever. Let's go back to main menu, flight config. Let's try this. It's probably gonna give us some messed up shit. Let's get sim brief going. Oh no, you didn't, bastard. CTD. And I would play some like background good vibes music, but every time I do, I get hit with a copyright claim, and it's supposed to be copyright-free music. So, not that I'm monetized or anything. Cool. 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 FedEx, let's bid on a flight. We might have to create one. There's probably not going to be any FedEx. There certainly won't be any FedEx. Southwest, Spirit, JetBlue, Delta. That Delta, that's a repo anyways. 8850. That's not scheduled. So let's go back, create. FedEx 2541. Come on. Is there I could... Oh, so it's just numbers. Cruise, let's go. Should be 230. Lauderdale. Departure time. Right now it's 2026Z. Let's call it 2100Z. Landing at 2145. I'm just kind of spitballing here. Should probably plan it first. 2541 and sim brief. Lauderdale's weather. Broken at 5. Oh yeah, there we go. Got some nice low ceilings, rain showers. Cool. That'll be fun. Alternate of Orlando will be good. 2055 is fine. 75 freighter. CI. We'll go 40. Be a tad fast, but not really. Departing off of 3-5 left. And then let's pull up the Addons. Let's see. Arrivals expect ILS runway 28 right, 28 left. So we'll plan 28 right. So coming in from the north. It's already in there. Cool. Extra fuel. We'll do 10 minutes of below the line fuel. Then for contingency, let's do real world. What we look at, there's probably some pockets of heavy extreme precip might work around. Let's do 15 minutes. Got our 45-minute reserve. We'll just do 0 fuel weight. Won't be full. We'll let it see what it says on the altitude. It's probably gonna put us too high. Looks good. Generate. Let's see. A10 Warthog. Heck yeah. Man, I love that World War II livery that they got. And Synchrony, so you can see what he was talking about. This is my background on my computer. It's a World War II tribute livery. This is a A10 demo team. And I've seen this airplane fly in real life, and it was sweet. What am I looking for? This. So on this flight, we're going to be doing the 7.5 down to Lauderdale, and then take the Toliss back up to Atlanta. I'm sure you might have talked about it in recent stream, but thoughts on Frontier Spirit? Well, as with any merger, I'm sure there's going to be good and bad come out of it for people affected by it. I may or may not be affected by it. But being that it's going to be the 5th largest airline in the country and being a low-cost carrier, is really going to run, make the give a good run for the Big Four's money, because Frontier and Spirit definitely undercut those carriers in a lot of their markets. So those Big Four guys typically hate those low-cost carrier guys, to the point that they won't even do Z-fare with those carriers' employees. Z-fare is like you can fly standby on their metal for really cheap, like you just pay the taxes. They won't even do that for Frontier or Spirit employees because they dislike them so much. I think Southwest will allow Z-fare, but Delta, American United, nah. Delta or Frontier and Spirit are definitely peons to them. So 310 is too high. We'll talk about that some more. Flight level, get out of here. Let's go to. We'll try 250. It's a 75. Should be able to make it up there. I think that's the first crossing constraint on the arrival is 250. Generate. Cool. Let's see what else. Kind of wondering why those yokes are like that. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. But it's better to go like this than to go have to reset up all new views and stuff in the actual freighter version. This isn't a 321. Yeah, you're right. I forgot all about that. I put that in the title. So when we landed in Orlando, I left it up to a vote if we stay in the Toliss or if we do 7.5 or 7.6, and 7.5 was voted. So we're going to run the 7.5 down to Lauderdale, and then we're going to switch back into the Toliss and head back up to Atlanta from Lauderdale. So yeah, it's kind of a clickbaity misinterpreting. When we get to cruise, I'll go change that title. I need to put some stuff in the description too. What else we need to open up? Cargo, blah 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 blah. Won't be here forever. 7.5 and my routes. Create, cool, fly, VATSIM, we'll just go with that. Set up Volanta real quick. Why is it not detecting the airplane? Whatever. Don't care. It's going to be showing on Volanta until I fix it that we're a JetBlue 321. No biggie. Let's see what else we got. We need the VATSIM client. We're not going to be doing packs this time. I don't know why I clicked that. We'll do packs on the next one. Now, compared to the Airbus, for those of you who are just joining, Airbus, I can typically be a lot more high fidelity, running flows and checklists and briefings and all that good stuff. On the Boeing, ooh, I do have a 7.5 checklist from way back in the day that a pilot friend of mine over at one of the Big Four gave me. I just don't know exactly where it's at. I got a stack of old checklists somewhere over the rainbow. Oh well, we'll save that for another stream. I have to dig through the junk drawer too much. Let's see. Connect TX. Flight plan. We'll pre-file the flight plan through VATSIM or through SimBrief. It's filed. Still, airspace is uncontrolled, and I think we're just about ready to fire this sucker up. I feel like I'm missing something though. Charts. Very important when flying on VATSIM. Let's see, we are on the Dandy 2. Oh, it's already got all that stuff from old flight, I guess. The CUDA 1. Yeah, there's something up with my mouse where like you click once and it reads it as like a 2-click. It's incredibly obnoxious. Just like that. It's a $200 mouse. Money does not always buy you happiness, as we see. Cool. All right. God help us as I try to. I haven't flown a 7.5 other than the one stream the other day in quite a while. Okay, so I guess the first thing we need to do is holler on down here. Make sure everything still looks right. Operations, let's do ground. Stairs, chalks. I guess we'll just put passengers as if we are carrying passengers since it's a passenger plane. We're not in the freighter version since I don't have the view set up yet. Our zero fuel weight is 167.7. That already puts us too high. Let's go 100 here. That'll work. Fuel, looking at 18 even. And let's go airplane, open, open, open. Cool. Battery, standby power. Connect this stuff. Start aligning the IRSs. Boom, boom. Nav. Window heat. See landing elevation for Lauderdale. 7 feet. damn near underwater. And then trim air, recirc fans. Oh, did I not put the air unit on? I'm not liking how those yokes are sitting over like that. Makes me feel like there's something wrong. Here we go. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's see, origin. Not what I want. Need to init. There we go. Since we're so close to 36 right, we could probably depart 36 right. Most of the time, depending on arrival rate, ATC can, it's like in real life, if you're departing to the east, you don't want to depart off the east half of the airport. That way you're not crossing traffic. But if arrival rate's not too high, they can actually depart you and then just cross. So we'll plan 36 right and just be mindful of any other traffic. If it sounds like there's somebody else departing, we'll might just wait a sec. So let's go 36 right. And init. Depart. Dandy 2. JIPOD. Execute. So legs. That doesn't look right. That looks right. For the arrival, it's going to be ILS 28 right. Carnival transition. CUDA 1 arrival. JIPOD transition there. Execute. Legs. Rejoin the SID and star. We'll have another discon, which is the vectors. We'll leave that. And then the approach legs. Let's see. 0 fuel weight. 168. Reserves is going to be uh 4.5. It's lower than the other day. Cost index 40. Cruising altitude 250. Cruise wind at top of climb. Winds 237 at 61. ISO deviation, I'm not sure. And then temperature's minus 28. Takeoff, we're going to do flex temp of 45. See, this is what I don't understand. Cabana. No, you missed the first leg. You were late, sir. I know Jeff Cabana guy, so I can yell at him. Also, got a new beard cut. Getting ready for head out west. If you know what I mean. But if anybody in the chat knows how in the hell you get your V speeds on the Flight Factor 7.5, please let me know. Because I've seen other streamers and theirs auto-populate. Mine's not. I don't know if I'm missing something that's supposed to be put in, but from what I see, everything looks right. First flight done. That's right, you let him know. Per minute. Yeah, I just don't know what would be missing. Even though I've put in ISO deviations before and it doesn't do anything. So we're going to guesstimate. We're going to say 134. Shut up. 138. 142. That should work. Let's make sure this one's good to go. Cool. We'll leave that up. Since that's done, we'll fire up the APU. Maybe that's got something to do with it. Still doesn't show nothing different. We'll be burning ourselves up. So I believe, let's see what the top altitude is on the SID. Do a radio closeout. You do a radio closeout. I don't feel like calling dispatch. Just ACARS me. Dude, what is up with the yokes though? Should be under in-flight performance in the FCOM. That's where they were in the 7.6 quoted. There it could be. Maybe it's something in this. It's got to be somewhere in the settings. But I also don't want to make y'all sit here and look at this stupidness. Challenge level. Because you're on the wrong side. They weren't messed up the other day. The only thing I think is if turn on the hydraulics, maybe they... Nope. Something's not right. I don't know if it's, actually I better know. Yep, that's what it was. Stupid controller. Alright, Stephen Allman. Flight canceled due to flight attendant no-show. Yeah, that's about right. That is about right. Stephen is also a coworker of mine. Dude, y'all, Jeff and Stephen, y'all should stick around until we get done with this one. We jump back into the Airbus, flying the super sexy 321Neo, and it has that engine whine like the Neo's got. Oh, just, it's so nice. In-flight charts, checklists. I don't think it'd be there. Not in failures. Probably gonna be somewhere in here. Because it would be really nice to have I don't know. I'll ask Captain Shack. He'll know. Be able to help me out. This just takes you there. Those speeds should be fine. I'm a master V-speed calculator. Psych. Oof. Xplane's kind of weird too. It seems like it saves it's like it saves key bindings per aircraft type, which I don't like. I want everything to be uniform. Alright, flight directors. The altitude on this probably assigned by ATC, but I don't remember. Yes, assigned by ATC. Departure heading, just in case we need it. is 005. It's good. Auto throttle LNAV VNAV. We'll climb to 5,000 first. And let's get all the doors closed. We'll be ready to get out of here. Actually, first, I've learned the hard way. Switch over to the APU gen. And now we can remove all. Dude, what the hell, man? Every time. APU generator's on. APU's on. What's the problem? Bust. This fucking mouse. Mouse did it, wasn't me. Make sure everything's still in. It's not. I didn't select that. 28 right. CUDA. JIPOD. Carnival. Execute. Legs. JIPOD. Boom boom. Execute. Init. 4.5. 40. Cruise at 25. Cruise wins 237 to 61. I gotta get a new mouse. And also, in the real world, they would never mess with these bus ties. Even if the plane sits overnight, bus ties, utility buses, the gens, all those stay connected. They are never, ever, ever, ever turned off. Even says it on the checklist, at least the one that I've got. FA No Show sounds like just turned into a repo. Pretty much. Volanta is white aircraft online flights, and the blue are VATSIM. So the white should be VATSIM, and the blue should be Volanta flights. You can go and select, go into flight or map settings, and you can select which ones you want to see. Leos are on the way for guest disruptions. Well, I'm flying boxes today, so there better not be any guest disruptions. Maybe I picked a bad plane. My apologies. No, you're good. You're good. It's just the way that Flight Factor has this thing for cold and dark, and the combination of my mouse being a piece of shit doesn't help. Okay, so let's see. All that's on. Fuel pumps come on. There's none in the center tanks, so we got those rocking and rolling. Everything else looks good. Red lights. 5,000. We still gotta close the doors.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready. Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
All that's normal. All the fancy controls you have for a crappy mouse. Yeah. And it's supposed to be like the best mouse on the market. Nope. Boxes, we're on Fedex. Yes, we are on Fedex. We're on like a ghetto Fedex. It's a So like I do have the freighter version, but you have to go set up custom views and stuff, and that takes a while. So I was avoiding that by flying the passenger one. But we'll just pretend like it's converted on the inside, you know. I ain't trying to get all fancy up in here.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Well, let's go connect. Waiting on you. The boxes are waving. That's scary. See what views I got set up in this thing.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Oh, we got some fancy views up in here. Alright, release parking brake. Whoops. Brake is released. Clear to push.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Thank you, lady. Alright, kill the packs. And we'll put her on, let's go igniter number 2. And we'll start, let's start number 2 first. Got N3 rotation, N2 rotation, starting to climb. These rolls start a little bit slower. I think it's 12% on the N2 on the Rolls Royce, and then it's like 22% on the Pratts when you introduce fuel. No package left behind. The boxes are talking. Alright, so we got a good start on number 2. Let's roll number 1. We got a Spirit Wings out there. Spirit 224. Southwest as well. Southwest 9015. N2's climbing. Once we get to 12% on the N2, we'll introduce fuel. And then the current altimeter in Orlando.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
It's 30:01 now. Oh my gosh. So Cabana and Steven, if y'all can't tell, this is a totally different flight sim than what y'all are used to watching me fly. And the interface and the way that everything works is completely different. Alright, good start on 2. So we can bring the packs back online.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
The packs are on. Hate this airplane. Hate the flight factor. Left pack. I don't get it. APU's on. Da 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 da. I don't know. There's something with the sim. The same thing with the Toliss was doing. That it's like when there's not any engine thrust, it's almost like the engine's not running. Very confused. Trying to think if there's like a button. It's even showing like the hydraulics are off. Batteries on, standby power. APUs on. I don't get it. Everything should be powered up. None of this makes sense. Oh. I guess that's why. Never seen that before. A engine rich on a jetliner? That's supposed to be pretty automatic. Whatever, we figured it out. Today's a struggle. Alright. Let's go flaps. 5 for takeoff. Trim it up a little bit. I don't have any good trim settings. RTO. Already on Unicom. Cool. Scared to, but we're going to kill the APU. Orlando traffic, Fedex 2541's at the cargo ramp, taxiing to runway 36 right, Orlando. Alright, and we are finally underway. Finally. Might have to turn that down later. Oh yeah, town hall starts in 3 minutes. I'll let y'all listen to it. They're not going to talk about anything we don't already know. And we'll go with the 2-cam. Okay, ready to go. Bah, 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 bah. Let's get a flight controls check. I hit the right button. There we go. Alright. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral rudder. Full left. And full right. Neutral. Flight controls checks complete. Spirit Wings out there. Before I cross here, I want to check something because I haven't heard him. Let's see, on the radios, there's no Orlando traffic. FedEx 2541's crossing runway 36 left. Orlando. Clear left, and we're clear right. Got a what do you call it? VATSIM client looks a little weird. Almost as if you can't. I can transmit, but I can't receive. So I want to figure that out. Hold right here real quick. I'll figure out this radios thing. Still showing grayed out. Huh. So just so y'all can see what I'm talking about, this is grayed out and it shouldn't be. It's like they won't be able, like I won't be able to hear them, but they can hear me. That's a problem. I don't know. Does anybody know? Like Xplane better or Microsoft Flight Sim 2020? As of right now, the current standing, it's really 50-50 for me. Microsoft Flight Sim scenery is 20 million times better, but this one's got the airplanes and better performance. So it's kind of pick your poison. Why can't I get this? That's HF. This shouldn't matter. Does anybody know what am I missing? Surely there's more than 2 radios, but nonetheless, something's off with COM 1. I'll just start clicking all these. Oh. Oh, okay. That's really weird. That fixed it. Turn the rest of these off because I don't want to be hearing all this shit. Cool. So you gotta turn sound on COM 2 to hear on COM 1. Makes no sense. Orlando traffic. FedEx 2541 will be departing off runway 36 right, exiting the airspace to the east. Orlando. So if anybody is over on the other side, is at the flight factor 7.5. It is. And it has been a pain in my ass. So we got that dude over there. I don't know if he's departing or if he's landing. I would assume departing as slow as he's going. Alright, here we go. Give it our best shot. Clear right. Clear left. And if he's departing, we definitely want to give him time to get out of our way, because we're going to be crossing his direction. Throttling up. Looking for symmetrical thrust. Deeper. So we're on 36 right, but yet it shows 36 right over here. It's starting to piss me off. There's V1. Rotate. Positive rate of climb and gear up. Go heading select. We'll get some separation from any departures that may be taken off from the east side of the field. And we'll accelerate, nose down. We'll go flaps up. I don't know why the VNAV wants me to take my nose that low, because we definitely don't need to. And let's go autopilot just to help ourselves out. LNAV, VNAV, get off my screen. Alright, after landing, or after takeoff checklist, gears up, flaps up, RTO is off, and bleed packs are set. After takeoff checklist is complete. It's reaching at 5,000 feet. Haven't heard. Orlando traffic. Fedex 2541 is clear runway 36 right, exiting the airspace to the east. Orlando.
Traffic, 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 traffic.
No C traffic. TCAS is TARA. So we'll keep the climb going. We'll just go to our final cruise of 25. Was there a damn constraint here or something? Yep, that's why. 5,000 below. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, I'm not a specialist on the 7.5 anymore. I used to be really good at 7.5. Let's see. How did you download it? I got it a long time ago. I went to Xplane.org store and bought it there. I don't remember any special steps. I just dropped it into the aircraft folder in Xplane. Alright, so now it's going to go up to, only constraint is at or above 7,000. Man, it's really hard to go from a 320 to this and remember everything that needs to be turned on. Definitely rookie league over here. Yeah, man, we did the first leg in the Toliss, and I left it up to a vote. If we wanted to do Toliss down to Lauderdale, or if we wanted to do the 7.5 to Lauderdale and then the Toliss back up to Atlanta. So it was voted, and the voters spoke 7.5. Good thing you haven't been here, because it has been look at Spiffy with the new cut. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so the voters spoke, and they wanted 7.5, so we're going to do the 7.5 to Lauderdale, and then take the Toliss back up to Atlanta, which I kind of wish we were going back to Atlanta now, because Atlanta Center is up, Atlanta Approach is up, whereas there's nobody where we're going. But hopefully they'll still be around for the next leg. Haha, blame me, I picked it. He did pick it. But it's a good thing you're just now tuning in, because it has been, like, the Toliss went flawless. Everything was great with the Toliss. Obviously, you know that that's my airplane of specialty. We jump into this thing, and it's been rough ever since. But a lot of it is just flight factor, and some of the things that flight factor does, you would never do in the real airplane. Like we were talking about it earlier, the bus ties and the utility buses and the left and right gen, when it's cold and dark, all that's off, and that would never, like, pilots would always leave those on in the real airplane. And that's coming from a Delta 7.5 pilot that I know, who also gave me a checklist that I got to dig up. So I downloaded the 7.5 on Xplane.org store. I bought it a long time ago. I can't remember how much it cost, but it is a payware airplane. I did buy it off of there. Yeah, I was going to ask you, actually. It may not be able to show now, but issue I've been having is I can't automatically get the V-speeds. Like I saw on your stream, that the airplane calculated your V-speeds for you, and you were just clicked and put them in. That's not doing it for me. I don't know what I'm missing. Feel free to go back on the playback. The playback will be really rough to watch, but I can't get the V-speeds to calculate. Like, your whole little area down here looks different, whereas mine doesn't. All my V-speeds boxes are blank. I'm having to just put in random ones. So if you can figure that out, that would be massively appreciated. because whenever I load onto the 7.5, I hear a stall sound and it doesn't work. Have you activated, if you purchased it, have you activated it? Because I haven't had that issue, but I've had to obviously activate them. So there's transition altitude. We'll go 2990 here. So old school, there's no standard button. But we are in standard. What time is it? 4:20. Oh, we're doing good. I have the 757 bought, but how do you download it? Just go to my stand by Houston. I just go to my account, click download, it goes to my downloads, I extract it, and then drag and drop it into the aircraft folder of Xplane. And then after that, when I go jump into the airplane, it brings up a screen to activate it, and after that I have a reload. So I just kill the sim, come back, and it works fine. Got a Fedex landing down in Miami right now. I need to fix my little Volanta picture. Hopefully this isn't too loud. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it down just in case. Cool, that'll work for now. Hopefully it didn't blow y'all's ears out. And then Volanta, change. Cool. That's taken care of. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't work for you. Although I am a huge newbie at Xplane. I had to YouTube how to install Xplane airplanes because just now getting on the Xplane bandwagon. Here's my guess. I use the glass flight deck. Oh yeah, now that you bring that up, did you have to pay $92 for the all glass avionics? I was going to look at that today and I saw the price and I said hell no. Use the glass flight deck where you had round dials, so mine auto-populates on the speed tape and yours would be on the dials. I'd have to try out on the gauges and check. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm usually pretty good with V speeds. Usually works fine, so it's not that big of a deal. But just something I saw different on yours, so I figured I would pick your brain. Also, while we're in cruise, let's go change the title of this video so I'm not misleading folks. Although we are going back to the Toliss after this flight, and I am very ready to get back in an airplane that I am extremely familiar with. So I feel like if I'm not giving y'all good content, then what's the point in watching, right? Let's see, content, live. Boom. I feel like the flight factor dings way too much. Let's do. Save that. Muy bien. Back to the chats. No, LOL is $20. You get a discount code for it. Ah. How do you like the Toliss? Dude, I love the Toliss. My single most favorite thing in the Toliss, and it's such a dumb thing, I guess, but the engine whine, as soon as you start giving a little bit of thrust, you get that. Dude, that's so realistic. It is all the time that when I'm down at work in Lauderdale at the crash pad, my crash pad is like right next to 10 right, 28 left in Lauderdale. All day, all I hear is those Neo engines between my company and other companies that fly those engines. You just hear that. Oh, it's just so arousing. Gonna make a sandwich and enjoy the stream. This dude's always going to get food. Alright, got our top of descent in view, roughly 28 miles out. You guys, I promise the next leg is going to be way better than this 7.5. I definitely got to practice the 7.5 a bit more. I thought I had it down. I was not correct. But you're always wrong until you're right. Stand by, guys, real quick. I'm going to go run to the lab before we hit our top of descent. And love that sound. It is so nice. It's almost as nice as hearing cha-ching in your bank account. I'm going to go run to the lab real quick, grab an alcoholic beverage, because that's what, real manly pilots do with handlebar mustaches. And we'll jump back on this thing. The well calls on land. I like it. Dude, it's not, man, look, it ain't a piece of shit. And I'm glad you picked it because I love it. In all honesty, the 757 is by far my favorite airplane in the world. I'm just not current. It's all me. Nothing to do with your choice, I promise. And it's a good to challenge myself to go from like an iPhone 13 Pro Max to like the Motorola brick phone in your hand. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. All right. I have a different preference. No beer, I stick with the herb. To each their own, man. I have tried that a few times in my life, and I actually... oh, we got... Oh, man. Bruh. Now ATC takes over in Orlando after we leave. I've tried that a few times. I actually enjoyed it for the most part, except the last time that I did it, I got drunk first. And then tried it, and then it didn't go good. I've heard that was a big no-no. I don't know what our first constraint is. Let the plane start coming down. Two 240. Nope. Collide. Okay, so that's cool. At or above 280 knots. Let the airplane do its thing. We'll go 15. Let's go auto brake 2, because I'll probably suck and float. This is why like flows and everything are such a big part of commercial aviation. So instead of just like looking around like, oh, what do I hit next? You actually know that flow keeps you dialed in. I don't have no flows for 7.5s. Let's see. Winds 340 at 8, 10 statute miles, broken at 800. Overcast 3200, temp dew point on top of each other at 17 degrees, and altimeter is 2997. Ceilings are varying between 700 and 1200 feet. Rebels expect ILS runway 28 right or 28 left. They're also departing on both runways. Numerous birds in the vicinity. I don't think the sim can replicate that. Info Zulu. Drag required. So Cap Shack, if you're back, let me know, how do you arm the spoilers for landing in the flight factor? Do you have a button binded, or how do you do it? I started by trying to like click the spoiler lever, but then I just got an ICAST message that spoilers were deployed.
Traffic, 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 traffic.
I don't see no traffic. False echo. Could be in real life. I don't know if y'all know this or not. I actually learned this from a pilot not too long ago, and it's super interesting. Ship and boat transponders can actually set off a traffic advisory on the TCAS. Had a crew coming into Fort Myers not too long ago. Fort Myers was IFR. Actually, I think it was low IFR. And because of that, because there was so much fog, ships and boats had their transponders turned on. And so while they were coming in, they got a TCAS alert, but they couldn't find them, couldn't see them. They decided to play it safe. They went around on the approach, came back around, and then they figured out once they were flying over a bunch of boats, they're like, oh, wait, it's the boats that are causing it. So just a little interesting tidbit for you. I thought it was super interesting. Let's see. Crossfaded. It's not good for new people. Nope. Now with my job, I definitely can't do that no more, because we get randomed pretty often. That's twice it did that this flight. Did what? The dinging? At this point, we would be doing an approach checklist if we were in the Airbus, but we ain't. I'm so ready to get back in the Toliss. Ugh, plane's nice. Now, I was trying to hide it, but oh shit, I gotta turn this thing on too. Anyways, I was trying to hide it, but on the climb out, I did not have traffic selected here. So if there was, we wouldn't have seen them because I'm a noob. But that time we did have it on, and they still weren't showing. So stream. There we go. I always forget to do this before each new flight. Whoa, what the hell? I guess we hit a button. We're throwing passengers around. Alright. Let's autopilot's still connected. What is the plane doing? Alright, we're gonna recover. Jesus. Alright, bro, we'll get it. Hey, shut up. Thank you. Oh my god. Alright, let's go. Heading select. Actually, no, we don't want that. 167. Heading select. Ugh. Get off. Oh my lord. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna try to hand fly it. We're way out of trim. I don't know what button I hit that made it do something different, but my lord. LNAV, BNAV. Next one is going to be 11,000. If I can hand fly this thing down the rest of the way, I'll be happy with that. No, nothing's working. Like even the auto throttle's not working. Bushwhacker. It might be because, let's try it now. There we go. Now it finally engaged. I'm just going to disconnect from VATSIM because we're getting real squirrely. Yo, showing winds are 200, almost 200 knots. Something's up. We're just gonna go straight to the approach. Screaming in a cargo flight. True. See legs. The carnival. Let's go that. We're limping this thing in on a what do they say, limb and a prayer, whim and a prayer, I don't know. But again, like I don't understand. This is all jacked up. Da-da-da-da. It's not enriched no more. I don't know. Don't care. Oh my god. I feel like I'm flying about as good as XP11 if y'all know who that is. I swear we're going to have a much better time on the next leg. We got hydraulics out. Like none of this makes sense. Engine still don't want to do nothing. Probably because all that other stuff is messed up. And 10.7. Course is 276. I do live in Orlando. Well, in airplanes where the airplane actually works, VNAV is very useful in the sense that it can, it'll climb and level off for crossing constraints. It will adjust the speed based off of speed constraints that's on the SID and stars. It just it really reduces the pilot workload. When it works and when the airplane works. And I hit the magic button that told the airplane not to work. So there's that. We're going to be way high. Let's nosedive. What y'all say? So temperatures above 10 degrees Celsius. We got visible moisture up ahead, which is the clouds. So it's not icing conditions. Therefore, we're going to leave the engine anti-ice off. At this point, it would probably make... Dude, I got a message on the upper ECAM that says spoilers are an op. That's really not great. It's probably because of the hydraulics. Alright, let's level off. Bleed the speed. Dude. So this, like, PFD's not moving, but yeah, oh my god. Alright, I guess we'll go off standby. I don't know, this is whack. I'm about to just kill this. Those are going to reject your flight. Oh yeah, they probably will. I don't care. VSI is way beyond too sensitive for a real airplane. So we're going to be following this standby. Trying to. I think we're pretty much dead, guys. Alright, trying to level off. Oh, we got visual. We're good. We're going to hold it here at 2,900 feet until we join the glide slope. Localizers captured. Sorry guys, I'm kind of focused at the moment. We'll come back to the chat and review this once we get on the ground, if we get on the ground. It's like we're 10 miles out. But like all my flap glide slopes captured. The flaps gauge is not working. There's a lot of shit not working. I guess I destroyed the airplane. In thrust we trust. Yeah, something's way off. On the ND, look, says we have 305 knot quartering headwind. There would be no earth. Flaps full. I don't know how to arm the spoilers, but we're going to try. Cool. It looks armed. Even like the speed tape is incorrect, or as far as like the stall buffer. Get too focused on the stuff that's not working. Heck no! Dude, PB&J is where it's at. I don't know if you were here, dude, but we had some massive failures. Nothing's working. The PFD, like Artificial Horizon's not working. Flap gauge ain't working. There's all kinds of stuff that's not working. Saying we got 300 and something knot headwinds. I hit a button. I was trying to
500.
change an overlay, and then the airplane just like nosedive. So we're in real life, this airplane probably would have disintegrated in midair.
Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain.
Airplane thinks there's no flaps.
Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Too low terrain. 20. 10.
Reverse ain't kicking in. I don't know. I'm just gonna kill this one. Can we do this? Nothing works. We're just gonna kill it. Gah, gross. Yeah, we're not even gonna report that. Whew, terrible, terrible, terrible. Let's see what time we got. 4:53. All right, guys. We'll just restart and we'll jump in the Toliss and we'll actually know what the hell we're doing then. Give me just a few, about 10 minutes, and we'll be back at kicking some ass. No more not knowing what's going on. Alright guys, we are back. Probably lost some viewers after a long delay. It'll be alright. Let's see. On Stream Deck, stupid. Moves, that's it. Get our charts pulled up. AK1. Jedi 2. ILS 28 and 27 left. That is set, and now we need .568. So everything else looks good. All right. Stand off in the chat if you're still with me. Things got a little hectic there, but I now expect things to chill out just a little bit. We're finally back into what we know, what I know, and that is the beautiful Toliss A321Neo. Big swig of beer. All right, let's see. First things first. Up to the overhead. Let's check our batteries. Looking for 25 point. Well, if the ground power was off, you'd be looking for 25.6, I believe. Electric. Cool. See that discharge looks good. Cool. Clear that out. Cruise supply is already on. Ground control CVR test. Enters 1, 2, 3. Strobe. Nope. Just one click. Nav light. Seatbelt signs stay off. Smoking signs come on. Army emergency lights. Oh my god. Those should have already been off. Shouldn't have been on. And we'll come down here, do our diff strip.
Skyhawk, Yankee Victor 3, Yankee Oscar, departing from Fort Lauderdale International.
Eric's currently
Runway 10. Heading to Opa-locka International Airport, flying southwest.
Okay. Lauderdale to Atlanta, we are JetBlue 568. If I can find the J. Cost index for flying fast tonight, going 99, not 999. Cruising altitude is 360. And let's see, our temperature up there. SimBrief shows minus 46. Got that in. Flight plan, Lauderdale, departing off of 28 right. On the AK-1 departure. AK-1, there we go. Stormy transition, insert. Don't believe that discon should be there because this is a continuous SIDS. We'll clear that out. Everything else looks good. Insert there from Stormy. We're going to take Q77. Girl, say what? Yeah, Stormy. Should be Q77. There we go. To SHRKS. And then direct LAIRI. Oh my god, this double clicking mouse. SHRKS. Airways. Didn't think that was going to work. Why is it not?
Fort Lauderdale traffic speed going 1227, 20 miles to the west descending through 7,000 feet on TQ1 arrival. Entering an extended right now, 140 LARZZ, runway 28 left, Fort Lauderdale.
Red shells, Kmco, AK. LAIRI, LARZZ. I've been spoiled by SimBrief, not having to do this. And then from LARZZ, that we'll just go back to the arrival. Thought there was another airway. Plan on ILS 28, Jedi 2. Let's do that one. And then LARZZ transition, insert, check for discons. Looks good. Let's see. Next, the winds are at top of climb 241.01. Rio, good to see you, man. Just loading up here in the Toliss, getting ready to get out of here, out of Lauderdale. Now let's get our passengers and such on board. Our zero fuel weight today is 148.5. Currently at, wow, we're close. Cool, that'll work. Block fuel is going to be 16.2. Let's make it 15.6. We'll take a little bit off since it's a Neo. Apply that. Slope runway off 28. It's going to be flat. Let's go to, let's do a toga takeoff. 35, 35, 39. Cool, so we'll tab over. Zero fuel weight's going to be Jeff. Boot Rio out. If I knew how, I still wouldn't do it. My ride or die. Let's see. So zero fuel weight's going to be 148.2. And CG is 29.0. Block fuel 15.6. Got that in there. Taxi, let's call it 300. Zero out the reserves. Final time, which is our reserve fuel, is 4.0.
Skyhawk, Yankee Victor 3, Yankee Oscar, final approach for Opaloca, runway 27 right.
Let's see. After that, we'll go back to perf. Flaps 2/down 0.2 again. Flex temp's gonna be no flex. It's toga. Transition altitude's in there, and our speeds is 135, 135, 139. Perf is set. Engine out, acceleration altitude is 990 feet. Thrust reduction acceleration altitude is 1490. Clear this out. Tell you what, let's do, while we're waiting for the GPS to figure itself out, let's plan the, see, copy active, and let's do, I would usually put an engine out in here, but I'm going to program for 27 left in case they end up giving that to us, because there is ATC in Atlanta right now. Jedi 2. And on 27 left, let's do Silva.
Fourth letter to traffic, spirit winds 1227, turning right base, runway 28 left, fourth letter to.
Whisper. Cool, so that's in there. Radnav, Lauderdale. I'm gonna do Atlanta on the hard tune. Sweet. Still waiting on the 8 ears to align. Only wait for that. We'll go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on, get the AP running. AP fire test good. Engine 1. Bueno. Dos bueno. Looks like GPS primary, good. It's about damn time. Hey, buddy. It's nice to see coworkers in the chat. Let's see, for Lauderdale, Atis Zulu is current. Winds are 340 to 8, 10 century miles, broken 800, overcast 32, 1717, and 2997, 2997, 2997, 2998, it's close enough. Constraints. VORs are on. Assigned. Initial climb by ATC, so we'll plan on, since we're going to the west, we'll do 4,000. Yep, signed by ATC. Alright, so let's get a quick little brief, and we'll get ready to get out of here. So as always, here on the Wrong Side Simulations channel, where we always fly from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat.
Foot letter to traffic spirit, myself 27, turning on 9 mile per hour, runway 28 left, spray, foot letter down.
This will be a right seat takeoff. Say 321 for tail strike avoidance. There's no MELs or CDLs that degrade the performance of the aircraft. It'll be a 2-engine taxi. Terrain's no factor, weather's no factor. We'll take Tango all the way around, so we have no hot spots, no runways to cross. If we have to abort the takeoff before V1, it'll be my decision to reject the takeoff, set the parking brake, call flight sensitive stations, analyze the situation, call for any ECAM actions, and run the emergency evacuation checklist as required. After V1, we're going flying. We'll speed up, clean up, engine out is 990 feet. And let's see, as far as our landing weight, planned takeoff weight is 164, max is 180. So we will be below max landing weight if we need to come back, and if we do, we'll come back on 28 right. If all goes as planned, we're going to fly the Vacay 1 departure. Top altitude is 4,000, and we'll be squawking 2,000 until we get into controlled airspace. Sounds good? Sounds good. Fuel pumps. Disconnect from that. Lead come on. Beacon. And we'll make sure that the cockpit door is locked. Everything else looks good. Call up the tug and do our before start checklist.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
I think we're ready. Let's check our doors. They're in auto, so they should be closed. Yeah, it's closed. Oh my god, it's already displayed. Cool. So let's go ahead and get this guy started.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
And before start checklist, maintenance log and tails on board and check. Cockpit preps complete. Gear pins and covers are removed. Signs on auto. ADIRS, nav, fuel. 14.5 is required. We've got 15.6 on board. Altimeters 2997 set. EFB we have none. Windows door slides closing arm. Beacons on. Throttle is idle. Parking brake is on. Transponders in auto. Before start checklist is complete. Just waiting on these slowpokes. Chug a beer. Oh wait, I should probably move my throttles back into position.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Well, cool, you ain't got to tell me, just do it. We're ready to go. I've been ignoring my phone all day. Probably need a beer after that last stream. So as I was done in a 320. Rio, I'm just now reading your text. Yeah, that last one was very embarrassing. Never had anything that bad before. Oh. Goodness.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake release, clear to push. Tail to the east.
Foot letter traffic spirit, 1227, vacated to a left at Juliet 7. Taxi to parking via Hotel 5 Tango 8, fourth letter to traffic.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Let's go ahead and let's go TA since we're pushing out onto because we're online. I don't want people to be able to see us, as well as any ATC that may pop up. I read and reread the safety card, said my prayer, paid my light bill. I think that is the best chat comment I've ever read. All right, here we go. Starting the block time. God Alrighty, let's rock and roll them. We've got more than 25% or 25 PSI, so we're good to start. Oh God, Shaq, you're the best. There's old Spirit Wings. Rolling in quick. Sometime today, this engine's going to start spinning. After it does that 30-second cooldown. Dang Neos.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set. Clear disconnect. Y'all have a good one.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
You don't tell me what to do. Look at me. I am captain. You're not captain. Actually, I guess I'm first officer. Typical flight sim issues, though. Yep. Alright, Neo engine's finally slowly rolling. I've got to finish setting up my TCA stuff. Get everything working right. Yeah, we got some ATC in Atlanta Center as well as Atlanta Approach. Looking forward to that.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. Well, see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thank you, sir. Y'all are very slow, but nonetheless, we appreciate y'all showing up to work because many folks don't these days. Y'all have a good one. Be looking for the pin on the right. So Shaq, Flaps 121 Simulations, that's in the chat. He is my coworker, and has started him a YouTube channel as well. His name is Rio, from Malawi, Africa. Got the coolest accent I've ever heard. So if you want to hear a cool accent, go check out Flaps 121 Simulations on YouTube and you'll hear the coolest accent. Man, she's pretty. So, I can't remember, at my company we've got Pratts. I believe these are Pratts. And I've ridden in the jump seat on a Neo with Pratts, and it don't take this long to start up. I have video evidence. Alright, engine 1 is avail before takeoff, or before taxi flow. Engine mode selector normal. Arm the spoilers, reset rotor trim. Flaps 2. We are already in TA. APU can come off. Actually, we need to, let's go. We need to trim the airplane, so it's going to be down 0.2, so just a little bit. Would help if the radios were on. Come on, dude, this mouse, man. Thank you. Alright. After start checklist, engine anti-ice is off, yellow trump is off, rotor trim 0, after start checklist is complete. Let's get going. We got to make it to Atlanta before Crystal gets home. Oh, that sound. Lauderdale traffic. JetBlue 865 is taxiing from Terminal 3 over to 28 right, exiting airspace to the north. Lauderdale. I think that's my flight sim. Yeah, 568. Cool. Oh, it feels so good to be back in my airplane. Alright, mini brief. Takeoff runways 28 right. Gross weight is 163.6. Fuel on board 15.5. Flap config is 2. V speed is showing 135, 139 on the PFD. Flex, no flex. It's going to be a tug of takeoff. Initial altitude 4,000. Standard transition, and our first fix is dreads. And we're just going to cut over here. I'm pretty... Oh, there's Southwest over there. We're not going to. Nothing to see. Pretty sure that's supposed to be Tango. It goes all the way around. Pretty sure that's a scenery mess up. I appreciate that. Once we get on straightaway, we'll do a flight controls check. Alright, flight controls check. Got full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Flight controls checks complete. See if I can do this fast enough. Clear left, clear right. Ooh, a shadow. Alrighty, before takeoff checklist to the line. Gross weight comparison complete. Pitch trim is 29% CG set. B1 VR B2 flex. It's 135, 135, 139. No flex. Flaps config 2, fire suspension check, flight controls checked, Kmco takeoff all green, ECM status check, predicted wind shear is on auto, TCAS code set TARA, cabin crews advised, mini brief is complete. Before takeoff checklist to the lines complete. We'll get that toga takeoff, boy. I kind of like that there are engine sounds in this new Velocity, but you wouldn't be able to hear them inside of a real cockpit. Unless it's like, unless you're taking off, then you'll hear them. Oh, leg 3 of the day, guys. I think we are regional pilots at this point. Alright, before takeoff checklist below the line, takeoff runway is 28 right and it's confirmed by the sign outside on the ground. Fuel, 14.5 is required. We got 15.4 on board. Engine mode selectors, normal leaf packs are set. Before takeoff checklist all the way is complete. I'm going to wait and hit those lights when we hit the runway. Lauderdale traffic, JetBlue 568 departing runway 28 right, exiting airspace to the north, Lauderdale. Alright, looks like nobody on the approach, nobody on the runway. Let's go and get. Looking for symmetrical thrust. Let's get this up for you guys. Well, can you drag it? I want this over here. There we go. I guess you can't resize it. We can do this instead. Man, Toga, SRS runway, auto thrust blue. A little bit of a quartering crosswind. 80 knots start set. Neutral by 100. There's V1. Rotate. Got a positive right gear coming up. Disarm the spoilers with my left hand. It's really hard to do. Let's get on those flight directors. Acceleration altitude, I believe, if I remember correctly, is 1,400 feet. There it is. Alt star. And we're looking for positive trend on the airspeed. My nose are down. We're still losing airspeed. There we go. And speed. I don't know, that VNAV smoking crack, 'cause there ain't no way we're gonna climb like that. And accelerate. Let's keep the climb going. Lauderdale traffic, JetBlue 568 is clear, runway 28 right, exit airspace to the north. Lauderdale. Thrust climb, open climb. Alright, there is flap 1 speed. As speed equals flaps up. After takeoff checklist, gears up. Flaps are retracted. What's after that? Landing gear is up, flaps retracted, bleed package set, APU is off after takeoff checklist is complete. I don't know why the altimeter is flashing at me, because we're still below transition altitude. And we'll go autopilot 2. Still no ATC, so we'll take her up to our final cruise of 36,000 feet. We are now in icing condition temperatures, so if we go through some of this visible moisture up ahead, we'll turn the engine anti-ice on. There's 10,000. Come on. Oh my god. See, this is one reason why the flight factor is slightly better, because I could use the scroll wheel and just go the direction I want to go instead of this dumb clicking stuff. We flying this bad boy like we stole it. Yes, we are. CI 99. Getting her gone. Mighty quick. I was about to do something else. Oh yeah. I want to know why the altimeter is flashing. It only does that when you are, like say if we went through transition altitude, it would be flashing us to get our attention and let us know. But oh, that's not. I wonder if that's doing it. Nope. I don't know, it's really annoying. Pretty sure I saw 18,000 in there when we were setting it up. So Shaq, tell me this, if you know, may not know, so since this is a payware airplane, I would imagine that it would have all the appropriate plugins for weather radar to work out the box. Does weather radar work out of the box? There we go, finally reaching our cruising speed. Now the airplane will start pitching up, pitching for that speed. In the Toliss ISCS screens, there's an option to change. Now let's see if we can find it. Oh my God! Right in front of my face. Cool. Well, that should help in the future. Yeah, I gotta get my TCA stuff all squared away because it's not. A lot of the switches and stuff don't work correctly. Like the engine mode selector doesn't work, the brake halfway works. Everything else is fine, I believe. I've just been lazy. Oh my God, I've never started this. There's way too much stuff to do when you're streaming. I didn't start packs either. I did click the save. Thank you though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, we're getting rocked around a little bit. Yeah. Pretty sure I clicked it. Alright, there's transition. Shaq, you doing any streaming tonight? I'll probably find that out for myself. 7 to ask and make you reply. Oh yeah, I see you got a couple. You got one. CRJ 700 World United Express Ops Chicago, St. Louis, Chicago. Dang, son. It's gonna be a slightly long night. 4 legs. Flying like a regional. Life of a content creator, yeah. It's so easy, like the first leg is just easy because you have plenty of time to think straight, set things up, you're not in any rush, and then after that it just falls apart. at least for me. Overtime. So I just saw your message about the. Honestly, I don't even know where I thought about it at. I just got tired of doing like a regular beard. So when I went to get my hair cut today, I was talking to the girl that cuts my hair, and I was like, "Hey, what you say we do like thin and then thicker? Just like don't even touch the mustache." And she's like, "Oh, I love it." My girlfriend though. Can't wait to see what her reaction is going to be. She has, I mean, her and I have talked about it before that I wanted to do it, but I don't think. Why is the overlay not working? I don't know why it says I'm in a 737-800. Where's overlay properties? I want to refresh this. There we go. Bada bing, bada bing. Anyways, her and I have talked about it once before, and she's like, "Oh, just don't do the sides too thin." And so Emily, the girl that cuts my hair, I was telling her, I was like, "Look, don't do it too thin." Blah blah blah. She's like, "Well, what are you thinking?" I was like, "I don't know. Let's do a 4." So we did a 4, and you couldn't see it enough. It was too subtle. So I was like, "Let's do it 2." And she's like, "Oh, I was hoping you would say so." So we did a 2. And now you can pretty much see it. And of course, I had my cowboy hat on today, and it was just I've never felt more manly in my life. If any of y'all watch Yellowstone, by the time I get older, I'm gonna be looking like Lloyd. And if you don't watch Yellowstone, I'll pull up Lloyd for you, so you can see what Lloyd looks like. This is what I'm going to look like when I get older. In fact, I have an uncle who's a cattle rancher. His isn't as thick, but he's got the biker bars, I guess is what it's called, handlebars. He's always wearing a bandana too. So that's probably what I'm going to look like here when I get a little bit older. And a girlfriend, by then, wife, if she's lucky, and if I'm lucky, more so her, she probably won't like it, but seeming how I might be moving out west here in the next few years, just have to start raising some horses, you know, take them from the time they're foals up to colts, and put them in a round pen, train them up on how to be caught, make them be alright, like with being tacked up, being saddled, that kind of stuff. Get them trained up just enough to the point you can sell them, and then the new owner can kind of make that horse a little more tailored to whatever, I don't know, whatever they need that horse for, whether it's like showing the horse or working cattle or whatever. Let them decide, but I'll raise the horse, sell the horse, make the moolah, go buy a beach house down in Destin, Florida. American dream. So, Shaq, if you're flying United Express, Chicago, St. Louis, Chicago, Cincinnati, you're probably going to be GoJet, right? GoJet used to be my sister company to Trans-States when I dispatched there, and that is a route that they very commonly fly. Look at that crab, son. Dude, I love this airplane. So you know, from this point of view is when you have all the av geeks like myself. That's so trying to figure out what it is. Like from this point, it almost looks like a 7.5, right? Almost could look like a Delta 7.5. Nope. Jetblue, baby. So let's see. Right now it is 549, so 2249. Let's see what our ETA is. So we're gonna beat Crystal or not. I'm gonna do Atlanta up in here. $410 miles. Expected to get there at 23:55 Zulu. Estimated fuel. Oh, you can type. Oh my God, that makes. I didn't know that. It makes life so much easier. I don't worry about this stupid double clicking thing my mouse does. And estimated fuel on board at arrival, also known as EFOA, 8.0. That's plenty in a 321Neo. 23:55. So we'll be there in about an hour and 5 minutes. Oh yeah, we'll beat her. Yeah, we can go CI 0 if we wanted to. Land with even more gas. So Rio, you know me, I've always been a big Microsoft Flight Simulator bandwagoner. Honestly, I'm liking it a lot more than I thought I was going to. A lot of it depends on how much money you're willing to drop into it. Obviously, in a lot of ways, it doesn't look as good as Microsoft Flight Simulator. A lot of the ground scenery, in my opinion, looks a lot more cartoonish, stuff like that. This isn't the best of the best as far as clouds and stuff goes. There's Xenviro. It's like $70. I didn't go that route. I went with Active Sky Next by order of Captain Shaq over there, who's been helping me out through this whole process. I have dropped a fair amount of money. Like yesterday, I put 108 down on the Toliss and the Neo expansion pack. Hands down worth it. I wouldn't even mess with the flight factor. And then Active Sky Next was 35. What else? And I bought a couple airports. So I've invested a little bit of money into it. The performance that you get makes it worth it. Between the high fidelity airplanes and the performance for a streamer, very, very much worth it. If I wasn't streaming and I was just and I didn't have to deal with that performance hit that streaming causes, I would probably still be, I never would have looked over here, especially with the Phoenix being so close, and the 7.3. But honestly, I'm digging it quite a lot. But it's hard not to dig it, especially when you have an airplane that works the way it's supposed to compared to not working the way that it's supposed to. Like the fly-by-wire. Not that it's, any of those guys' fault, but limitations of the sim. Alright, so we are at 35,000 to go. Our final cruise at 36. Let's see what we got here. Looks like we got somebody right up our butts. They're roughly about 5 miles behind us. Let's go. He's just below us at 300 feet below, 4.5 miles behind us. He's probably flying faster than us. And they're climbing. Hopefully we don't have an RA. Alright, there's 36. We're going to level off here. You should see Alt Cruise and then Cruise on the PFD. So Rio, next time I come over, maybe we'll take a look at this on your PC. Alt Cruise. Let's check this guy behind us, see if we can Don't see him yet. Keep an eye on him. He's almost at our altitude. Now he is at our altitude. And he's gaining on us. Looks like they're continuing to climb. Cool. So there should be enough factor if they keep on climbing. It's been a smooth ride, so we'll kill the seatbelt sign. Prog page, optimal's 37.1. Obviously, we're as high as we can go now. So what do we got right now? 246 at 108, flight level 360. Well, that doesn't work. Hello. Hit the, I guess, the key binding for flaps. So it was starting to type, and now it ain't. Anyways, 246 / 108 / 360. Let's see if that updates our yeah. So as it's calculating that fuel on arrivals, tanking. Now we're only going with let's see. We got 15 minutes of fuel above the line. Nothing else after that. So remaining fuel planned based off of SimBrief is actually supposed to be 7,000, but that's a 321 Classic. There's no way that the burns would be this much higher on a Neo. I don't know, we'll see. Says we got an 1.7 of extra, 26 minutes. That's more than what's planned. I don't know. On time 4.0. Now it says we're going to get there at midnight 19. I'm gonna run out of beer before this flight's over with. Bring this down. You can see where we're at. So Shaq goes live roughly about the time that we start landing in Atlanta. I'll definitely be watching a bit of Shaq. Currently passing the Cape. What SpaceX will do. How tight would it be? I haven't used the word tight in forever. Like high school. But how cool would it be if we're sitting here in cruise and all of a sudden like Xplane can replicate SpaceX launches? And like in real world, we're here, SpaceX is launching now in real life, and you see, well, I guess I should do it where you can see it. See that rocket going? Oh, that'd be so cool. Somebody needs to make an add-on. I don't care what sim. Let's see. What am I having for dinner tonight? So last night had that bacon wrapped pork tenderloin stuffed with boudin. I have a little bit of that left over, along with a little bit of cheesy 4 cheese mashed potatoes, because you know I eat super healthy. And then I also, I should probably have this in the fridge, have this left over from lunch, a spicy chicken sandwich. You gonna have anything other than a solid PB&J? I feel like we are just specimens of health. FS Aviation joining up on Valana. Nice. I see. In fact, I just added you probably like as soon as you were typing that. That's awesome. It's so much fun, like getting involved with the flight sim community. I can't imagine ever flying and not streaming and not like having people to talk to. Forever. Oh, there's Jacksonville Airport. Forever, I would never ever fly. Like even on VATSIM, I would just do what I wanted to do, so nobody could tell me, and I wouldn't have to think in depth. I wouldn't have to worry about my taxi route. Wouldn't have to worry about what side of the airport I'm departing off of and all that stuff. And now, like, it's so much more fun doing it this way. That can't be Jacksonville. I don't think we're not that far north yet. That's definitely not Jacksonville. Who is that? What is that airport? Oh, Sanford. That's what it is. I feel like I've gone a million times a day. So we just passed over my house. I'm in Northwest Orlando. PB&J, hell yeah it is. Cheap too, dude. But my problem is though with PB&Js, I go a little too crazy on them, and I'll eat them like way too much. Like I'll kill at least half the loaf. We're having stuffed mashed potatoes again last night. Sounds solid. Yeah. I guess we both realized it was Sanford at the same time. I don't know why I thought that was Jacksonville. Jacksonville's got like weird angling runways. See, I got this little V deal. So I don't know why I thought that. Think before you speak. Alright. Reshade or Shade X would do good since you're used to. I did see that actually in Xplane store.org or whatnot. I'll have to look into it. I was talked and typing at the same time. No worries, man. I knew what you meant. Active Sky Next, I mean, helps quite a bit too, like giving this nice little hazy layer. I like it. I gotta make some more custom views. I got a bunch on the 7.5. Now, again, since I'm new to Xplane Shack, I've noticed at least like I made certain key bindings on the 7.5, and then when I jumped into a different airplane, all those key bindings were gone. Does Xplane make keyboard key bindings specific to each airplane type? Or is there a way to like make it not specific, like it'll apply to all airplanes? Captain Jarrett, hey, what's up, man? Glad to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Coming to hang out with us again. Got about, I believe, roughly just shy of an hour till we get into Atlanta. Let's take a look-sees. Because we updated the winds and it increased our en route time. So currently it's 23:04 Zulu. We're getting there midnight 19 Zulu. About an hour 15 left to go. Probably end up being a little bit faster than that. We are flying CI-99, so we are flying like we stole it, as Shaq likes to say. Dang, man, that means every time I get a new airplane, I gotta go set stuff up. It's obnoxious. It's not like that in other sims. Like if you, for example, on the 7.5, I told it, like, to memorize this, do this. And then to memorize this, do this. Set everything up, right? And then I go to a different airplane and I go to set those views again. And it wasn't remembering them because it completely reset those very generalized, non-aircraft specific keys that, in my opinion, should not, be that way. But it is what it is. Just more work to do before streaming. I was going to do 7.6 going down to Lauderdale. But, I have to set everything back up. Because I don't think I've even activated my 7.6 again yet. Yeah, it's really not. It's just, I tried to set as much stuff as I can to what I have in Microsoft Flight Sim. So that it's, very uniform, makes everything a little easier instead of trying to split my brain power between platforms. But I'll get used to it. I have to use the bathroom soon. I already broke the seal. Maybe I should do a kind of like what Captain Canada does, and do a he has the Daisy Cam for his dog. I should probably do the same thing. Although my dog gets tired of sitting in here. She loves her couch. So she'll come in here for a few and then she's like, "All right, peace. I'm out of here, bro." That guy still hasn't overtaken us yet. So what else is, now that we know what I'm eating and what Shaq's eating, what else is everybody else going to eat for dinner tonight? Or as we call it in the South, supper. As y'all can tell, I'm obviously Southern. From a lot of experience in Xplane, Microsoft Flight Sim, and P3D, stable, yeah, I mean, I can contest to that. Keep in mind, though, we're looking at, a sim that's, how long has Xplane 11 been around? Like 4 or 5 years? Versus Microsoft Flight Sim that's, a year and a half old and still being developed, and obviously the more updates, the more stuff that can break and all that. I think we're comparing like apples and oranges. Oh, not fun. But thank you for confirming what I figured was going on. Now I just need to create a donate button so I can buy a new mouse, because this one sucks. Actually, nobody should need donations to buy a mouse. You get a wireless mouse for super cheap. But as always, guys, if you are just now joining us, please smash the like button. As we all know, it helps the algorithm, helps the channel get traction, trying to get this thing moving in the right direction. And if you've subscribed, I so much appreciate it. I am very thankful to the Flight Sim community for coming to hang out and give me somebody to talk to while we're sitting in cruise. Usually, whenever I'm flying somewhere, especially if I'm flying my company, I will always ask to sit up front. 1, better views. 2, no crying kids that you can hear. 3, not having to get up to let people out to go use the bathroom. 4, you got pilots to talk to. Conversation makes for a faster flight. I kind of feel like that's how this is here. Have good conversations, hang out with some good people, and people to help me when I don't know what the hell I'm doing in the Xplane. If I didn't have to worry about sensitive security information and stuff that can't be shown, I would be showing y'all all my videos of jump seating and fun approaches that I've had the privilege of being able to ride in the cockpit on. Once this COVID stuff is over, plan on jump seating down to probably St. Martin. Got to see that approach. You know, that's a very famous approach. I've been to Bogota. Bogota was awesome. Mountains there are insane. It was a lot of fun. Where else have I been? Been down to San Juan. The turquoise blue waters of the Caribbean are just absolutely beautiful. Been into Vegas. I've jump seated into a lot of places. I've jump seated into Atlanta way more times than I ever care to count. Been to a lot of cool places. I'm not the most traveling person in the world. I got a coworker who has literally backpacked through Pakistan, and I told him, I was like, dude, you know, you can get paid to do that. It's called joining the United States military. You can get paid to do that. He is a travel nut. He has Delta benefits, and he has them through a friend, which is anybody who works in the aviation knows that Delta has like by far the best flight benefits for their employees. He flew first class on Delta from LA to wherever they were going. I think it was Vietnam or somewhere out in Asia. He bought a $400 ticket for his girlfriend in the back of, I think it was Asiana Airlines. I don't know, it was an Asian carrier. Had her in the back of coach, roughing it for several hours while he was chilling up in first class on Delta. 2 separate airlines, like didn't even fly together. Pretty savage. So we know who wears the pants in that relationship. See, man, you ever stub your toe so bad you say words that yes. I don't know about words, but I say phrases. Oh yeah. In fact, I said a phrase the other day. I hit my toe pretty hard, and I said 2 cuss words that don't go together at all. And my girlfriend like went from like caring about my toe to like, did you just say that? I was like, yeah. I was like, where'd that come from? I don't know. I just made it up. My toe hurts. Leave me alone. Alright, let's see. So we're getting ready to cross SHRKS. Be a good idea to do a fuel check. SHRKS is in 17 miles. At SHRKS. Now, my sim brief is planned off of a 321CO. This is a 321Neo. The fuel burns should be drastically different. But based off of this, at SHRKS, we're supposed to have 9.6. Yeah, 9.6. And currently we got 10.3. We always round up. When I'm talking to the pilots, ask their fuel. That's always what they do as well. They're not, if they tell me, oh, our fuel is 10,280 pounds, like, I'm not going to put that in that way. I'm just going to round it up. So we always round up. Well, we'll see what it says when we get to SHRKS. Shouldn't burn much between over the next 10 miles. when did we cross into? Yeah, I just bashed my toe. Wife swore I spoke. Put us in but avenue with vodka. That was all made up. I don't know what I said. Probably didn't say anything. Let's see. We need to figure out when we're gonna start talking to ATC. Where'd my Valena go? At LAIRI. I expect to start talking to them at LAIRI. I don't know if we even have a. I was gonna make a screenshot to post on Valena. Don't like that. Nah, don't worry about it. Russian. I don't know why. I mean, I've always been very infatuated with World War II. I was born on Pearl Harbor Day. I had two great uncles that were in Pearl Harbor. Also had a my great grandpa was a recon sniper for the Marines and fought on Iwo Jima. Got a little bit of history there. I've always been very interested in World War II, and for some reason I've always thought German and Russian was a really cool language, even though they're like the two ugliest languages to speak. Like if you try to talk dirty to a girl in German, she probably ain't gonna dig it. Hey, Charlotte Ground's up 121.9. Alright guys, tell you what, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna step out, go to the lab now. In the real world aviation, when you when somebody's got to make a lav break, you would call up the flight attendants. They'll call up. There will be a pre-designated safety word before the flight, and that will be briefed from the pilot in command down to the FO and the flight attendants. Everybody will know that word, and then when any of the pilots need to come out to go to the lav, call up the flight attendants and they'll say, hey, we need a bathroom break. I'm like, all right, cool, we'll set up for it. The flight attendants will go set up the galley cart, block off the forward galley, and they'll all three post up there, or 4 or 5, depending on what aircraft type. And if there's a jump seater in the cockpit, like myself, then no flight attendants have to come up there. Because you always want 2 people in the cockpit to avoid scenarios like that. What was it? German Air or whatnot, that the FO wanted to commit suicide, so he flew an airplane into the to a mountain. So then the flight attendants will call up and say, hey, we're set up, ready to go. And they'll say the safety word. Pilot knows they're good. He'll check out of the peephole, make sure everything looks normal. He'll come out, use the bathroom, and then when he calls back up, he'll ding the cockpit. Somebody inside the cockpit will answer. Should be the pilot flying, obviously. And from there, he'll say the safety word, FO, or whoever's monitoring. They'll acknowledge the safety word, and then the pilot can come back in, and whoever, if there's a flight attendant that came into the cockpit, they'll go back out. If there's a jump seater like me, then everything just obviously stays normal. So our safety word for today will be Bengals, because my boy Joe Burrow, I'm a big LSU Tiger fan, is taking them, because it's in the future, to the Super Bowl. So safety word today is. That's what we're gonna start doing for every stream. We're gonna have our safety word, and I'll just say the safety word, and then go to the bathroom. So our safety word today is Bengals. I doubt this airplane will do the noise. No. Oh well. You click it, and you go, and then you say it. So Bengals. Everything looks normal. There's probably a peephole you can't see out of. We'll take a look out of here. Everything looks normal. There's nobody. So we'll oh man, we can get realistic with this. Oh, I guess it won't do anything while you're in flight. Yeah, well, sweet. Boom. Open. And we are stepping out. and we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. EQSC where it says please change battery. Which battery? Hopefully there's nothing I need to change. Getting close to LAIRI, we'll be talking to ATC here shortly. No, dude, come on, man. ATC is now offline. I mean, I can't complain. They've only been online for the past 4 hours. 3 hours. Still showing online here, but I'm not seeing them on the client. 3297. We'll throw it in the standby just to be on the safe side. I thought about getting one of those Logitech. One of those Logitech radio stacks, but I don't think that they cover the full range of Airbus frequencies. So I haven't done it. Sometimes you just gotta do it. And I can spend a lot of money. Oh yeah, center's off. Who is this? American 2552 is behind us in the 320 Neo. 3532, he'll be coming off as well. Oh well. Man, it sucks. That's why I need to fly late. Maybe when Crystal goes to sleep tonight, I'll sneak out and get another stream in and fly online. Maybe I'll come join Shaq. We'll flying up in that way. Let's see. Atlanta arrival info Juliet 2252 Zulu. Winds are 240 at 10. Hey Shaq, if you're still here, what makes what do you have to click to get this thing to type in the McDo? Because I tried it a while ago and it wasn't clicking inside the McDo and it clicked somewhere else and it lowered flaps in flight. Winds are 240 at 10. Temperature 15. There's my dog staring out the window. What you see, B? B. Bella, what do you see? You see something out there? So you can be the neatest thing in the world. Why are you coming to the other side? Now they can't see. Anyways, we got us a nice little, I don't know if I can, got us a nice little candle lit over here on the airplane models. All right, watch out. Excuse me. Can you move, please? This dog is the loves the. Come on. Don't be sitting down, fool. I gotta move there. She loves the cuddles. She loves the pets. She is in the way. We just found out yesterday, so we've thought this whole time that she is a, come here, can you jump up? There you go. He's a big dog. We've thought this whole time that she was a black lab hound mix. I took her in as a stray about 10 years ago. You can go down. We did a DNA test on her. My parents got us a DNA test to take on her for Christmas, and turns out she is 47%, well 2% golden retriever. What else? 47% Labrador and 51% boxer. She looks nothing like a boxer, except she got them big old eyeballs like a boxer. But sweetest baby in the world. If my girlfriend was like, "Hey, it's either me or her," her all day long. Not a chance. All right, watch out, baby. Move your ass. Thank you. Go back to the window. Anyways, back to the business end, what we were doing. So winds 240 at 10, temperature's 15, and altimeter's 2999. Radio 200. On a format error. It's going to be ILS, so on the ILS push buttons, we'll go auto brake low. Actually, let's go auto brake none. Should be a nice long runway. Once we start down, we'll brief up the approach. Okay, and now Memphis Center's online. Come on. The VATSIM gods just don't want it today. Then we also got my roommate's cat, Apollo. My roommate's from Colombia. He's a little annoying. So we'll start down. We'll do our approach brief. Get that out the way, and then cross the transition altitude. We'll do the approach checklist, and then once configured, we'll do the landing checklist. So the next altitude that we would expect on the Jedi 2. We got LARZZ 24 at or above 240, 14. Let's go 24. I always like to start it just a little bit early, because the airplane in real life, the Airbus takes a quick second before it really starts to come down. This is a little bit faster than it does in real life, but no big deal. It'll just go 1,500 feet until it catches the green dot, and then once it catches the green dot, it'll, or not, 1,500 feet per minute on the descent rate, and then once it catches the green dot, it'll increase. Drink us another Florida man. Shaq's got 29 minutes until he goes on live. All right, let's see. Let's bring up the plates and then do our arrival brief. Discord, Shaq's. Let's see. Plates. So we're coming in on the Jedi 2 arrival. We'll expect to cross at or above 14,280 knots at Dister. 250 knots at or above 11,000 at Wookiee. Jedi will be 250 at or above 10,000. Then at 8,000 at Daffy. And then from there, we'll vector ourselves in. We are planning the ILS 28. Approach frequency is 111.75. Final approach course is 275. Final approach fix is 2,700 feet. MSL 1702 off the ground. Touchdown zone elevation is 998 feet. If we go miss, we'll climb to 1,500. Then climbing left turn to 3,000. And from there, we'll just vector ourselves back to come back in. Let's see. This is a standard 30-degree glide slope. We have approach lights, Pappy on the right, and again, if we go miss, climb 1,500, climb left turn to 3,000. To shoot this approach, we need 200-foot ceilings, half-mile viz. Weather is nice and beautiful, so we're not worried there. Coming in land, we got 9,000 feet of runway, and we'll expect to probably exit at, hopefully, Sierra Golf 6. But we're not going to do any auto brakes. We're just going to use reversers and spoilers. So it might be a little bit longer of a landing roll. If we need to, we can always turn the brakes on if we have somebody coming in behind us. For runway 28, we have high intensity runway lights, centerline lights, approach lights, touchdown zone lights, Pappy on the right. Angle is 30 degrees. It's grooved, and RVRs are reporting. From the glide slope, we have 7,900 feet of usable runway, and it's 150 feet wide. It's an ILS, the push buttons are armed, no auto brakes. We'll be going spoilers and max reverse. Any questions? Throw it in the chat. Other than that, we'll consider our approach brief complete. Bring it down to 14. Manage descent. Man, I really wish ATC would come back. Had a super fun controller last night. Dude, it was super goofy. It was a lot of fun. Alright, so the time is currently 23:34 Zulu. It should be on the ground. Let's see, what was that? 34, 17. I can't do mental math. 25, about 35 minutes. We're getting awful close to that overspeed there, so let's help the airplane out a little bit. And bring out some spoilers. And just so that y'all can see them. Turn them lights on. We'll stow those spoilers and we can turn off the dome light. Really wish we could move this armrest. Real quick, let's new. Although I do need that. Oh, that was autopilot. Yeah. Figure it out later. Alright, so we are below standard. And the current altimeter is 2999. Throw out the spoilers again. Slow the airplane down, meet that crossing constraint. And now we'll slowly stow them. .6 on the fuel, showing we're supposed to land at 5.7. If we're at 8.6, I'd imagine we'll be well above that when we land. .66 miles left on our planned route. That's pretty warm on the airplane, 76 degrees. That is something that pilot and command would be monitoring. there's anybody around me. Man, got two guys behind me. Another Lauderdale, Atlanta. So southwest. Dude coming in from Norfolk. Man, I love that sim. Shit. Keep it coming. Happens to get distracted. So now we're a little bit high. If you ever want to know just how high you are, go to your prog page and it'll tell you your vertical deviation right here. So we're 710 feet high. Airplane will start working its way back down and catch up with it. It's not a big deal. If you throw out some spoilers, the airplane can pitch down further and steepen its descent and catch up with it a little bit quicker. Now, a handy tip on the Airbus, and it's real ass backwards. If you really want to get down fast, like you need to get down really fast, and this is something that pilots really try not to do with passengers on board. But what you would do is level off, slow down, and then I'm trying to remember correctly. Level off, slow down, go into open descent, and then spin the speed up. Like, make it as pretty fast. Like, say right now we're about to be at 260 knots. If we wanted to get down really, really fast, we could level off, slow down, and then dial the speed up to like 300 knots if we weren't so close to 10,000 feet. The airplane's going to pitch for speed. So if it's trying to accelerate and trying to catch up that speed, it's going to pitch down super steep to catch up to the speed that you have selected. And obviously, you'd go into manage speed, dial the speed up, and the airplane will pitch for speed, and it will make a very steep descent. I had a captain tell me about this little feature, if you will. He said obviously they try their best to never use it. They only really use it if they really, really need to. But it'll be a descent to the point where they like have their hands on their dash and they're like, it's getting down pretty quick. It's not that it's not safe by any means, but it's just it is a steeper descent than probably what most folks are used to. Well, let's put 8,000 in there, so that's going to be the next one. Coming up on 10,000 feet, let's turn the landing lights on. Those stay off till we're cleared to land. There's no controllers anymore, so we'll be clearing ourselves. We do have two guys behind us. I don't know if they're planning for 2-8 or if they are planning on 2-7 left. But we'll make our call outs and see what they say. Currently 36 miles out from Atlanta in a straight line. Also put into the Prague page Atlanta. We can even put in, let's see, KATL 28, and this will tell us the exact distance from the threshold of the runway. So we are 34 miles from the threshold of the runway that we're planning to land on. We have our discon in there for vectors, but since there's no ATC, we'll clear that out. And we'll just fly it as planned. Now, as you can see, that straight line no longer goes off into Never Never Land. Let's do 4,000 and let the airplane come down as it wants. Yeah, so now we've got the entire route linking up together. But if we still had ATC online, we would I'll fix this camera. If we still had ATC online, we would not be doing that. We would leave the discontinuity in there so that ATC could just vector us as they want to, because that's what it's there for. So we'll hang out here, and then we'll start our way down again around Puba. And we can run our approach checklist. Approach checklist briefing. Actually, before we do that, let's go. Let's check the status page. It's good. Seatbelt signs are on. Altimeters are all set. Cool. All right. Approach checklist briefing is complete. Approach stable by 1,000 feet. AGL. ECAM status is checked. Predictive wind shear. Oh my God, why do that? ECAM status is checked. Seatbelts are on. Minimums 200 set, as you can see right here. Engine anti-ice 1 and 2 are off, and altimeters 2999 set. Approach checklist complete. Alright, here we come down. Gonna cross, I don't know how you'd say that. Permin? At whatever altitude. It says 4,000 or above. Cat's over there looking out the window. And we should start talking to everybody around us, let them know what we're doing. 22.8 is in there. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568 is on a 20-mile final, turning base, runway 28, Atlanta. Alright, so these guys behind us start talking. I'd like to know what they're going to land on. If they're coming in behind us, we'll have to stop quicker and get off the runway. Alright, so we'll level off at 4,000, and we'll do our typical We're going to stay 170 to 7 miles. And then we'll dirty up from there. The airplane just activated approach on its own, which is fine. See, we're 16 miles out. Let's go select that speed. We'll start with 210. I was going to hold us at 5. Let's just double check. Missed approach. 3,000. Activate approach. Localizers captured. We'll go flaps 1.
Make sure you traffic, you have a freedom 10 mile final.
And let's go 190. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568, 12.5 mile final, ILS runway 28, Atlanta. We're just below flaps 2 speed, indicated by the 2 amber bars. I'm a little nervous to put it at flaps 2 from there. We could overspeed, but it's a flight sim. Let's try it. Flaps 2, 11 mile final. That's a pretty steep. Alright, let's do 170. Probably not going to need it. Probably need to go managed. We might have to drop the gear sooner just to slow down. So we got speed, glass slope, localizer, Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2.
2,500.
And we're not slowing down very well, so let's go gear down. Arm spoilers. And once we get below flap 3 speed, we'll drop the flaps. There is flaps 3. We're almost at 7 miles, so we'll go ahead and go manage speed. And that's going to drop our speed down to approach speed. And flaps full.
Atlanta traffic, Walker 1264, taxi runway 27 right via Lima.
Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568, 6.5 mile final, ILS 28, Atlanta. Let's see. Landing checklist. Cabin cruise advised. Auto thrust speed. Auto brakes none. Kmco landing all green as of now. Landing checklist complete. Don't need that again. Somebody's got a hot mic. Best not be cussing. Alright, let's get our second camera on, so y'all can see the very minuscule corrections on the side stick there. Take a swig of beer for good luck. Shut up. And now, let's try and be pros, and we'll hand fly down to minimums. This is my second approach in the Toliss, so God help us. And these beers, honestly, are pretty strong. They're 9%. I'm feeling them. So we're a little brave doing this.
Special aircraft, Atlanta approach now open on 135.32.
Shit.
500.
3532. I don't have time for that.
400. 300. 100 above.
100 above. Minimums.
Minimum.
Continue. Oh my god.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10. Retard.
Not yet.
Retard.
Not yet.
Retard.
Okay, we will.
5.
Yeah, I should have gone around. Manual braking. Man, I should have gone around and just used that as an excuse to talk to approach. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568 clear of runway 28 in Atlanta. Get turned here and finish up our cleanup. Wonder if there's a shared cockpit. Thank you, sir. Well, honestly, it could have been better. When I came up from, like when I put my view outside, I was higher than I wanted to be. Then I floated because I was kind of wanting the last little push from the engines, but then I was floating. I should have gone around, but I went idle like it said to do, and then that made me plan it a little bit harder than I would like to. I really wish I would have gone around just to talk to approach and do it again. There's a American that came in behind us from Miami. Alright, I think everything's cleaned up. Alright, after landing checklist, exterior lights are off, flaps retracted, TCAS 2 standby, engine mode selector is normal, ground spoilers are disarmed, radar and protective windshield is off. After landing checklist complete. But Rio, thank you so much for the kind words. I really, really appreciate you, sir. As always, you will forever be my ride or die. Let me pull out some plates. Okay, we can turn here. Alright, Rio, you ready? Here comes the whining sounds. Yeah. Alright, so then approach is on, but tower's not. Cool. So we can get to the gate before they get on. That'd be nice. I don't have to get no specific taxi instructions. Alright, we'll say it's been 3 minutes. So we'll shut down engine 1. And we'll get the APU rolling. Yeah, bro, they sound sweet. Do they? Oh my, they really, really do. Oh, that's my favorite part about all of it. I'm surprised we don't have Need to cool the brakes. I was on the brakes relatively hard. Where are we at? Oh, they're warm, but they're not hot. But man, just with how smooth everything is, I have fallen in love with simming even more. Now, if Microsoft Flight Sim could just get this smooth, life would be peachy. Indy Center is now online. Atlanta traffic. JetBlue 568 crossing runway 27 left. Atlanta. Atlanta traffic. JetBlue 568 is now clear of 27 left. Supposed to turn lights on, but I didn't have time. Shack is now live. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568 crossing runway 27 right. Atlanta. Maybe. And the lights just now come on. Alright, let's see. So this should be Seagates. Let's go. Atlanta traffic, JetBlue 568 is now clear of runway 27 right. Dude, we're rolling backwards. Seagates over to the right. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to sneak back in here and get another stream in tonight. This is Xplane's just too good. The Toliss is too good. Yeah, man. Everybody's flying tonight. Parking brake set. Shut down Uno. Beacon light come off. Seatbelts can come off. Fuel pumps. And welcome to ATL. Finally, after a good long hour-and-a-half flight, we are here. Brakes have finally cooled off. We can shut those off too. Let's open everything up. Ground surfaces. Turn that on, turn that on. I don't know what makes. Oh, the door's automatically open. Cool. Eventually, one day, I'll be like, alright, screw it. I'll pay $20 just for the jet bridges to move. Well, I think that's the stupidest thing in the world, since all the other platforms already move. But, anyways, well, now that we are here, let's disconnect from the network. And we'll get some replays going and check out that firmly planted landing. If there's anything else I need to. So it says that we landed at -202. Makes me mad. Anything higher than 202 or anything higher than 200 pisses me off. Sharks, we'll go ahead and kill this. Atlanta, we'll kill that. Cool. So let's get some replays going. Alt-R.
$500.
It's a helicopter spotlight. Thank you, Rio. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out, stopping by. I'll be seeing you very soon, like 24 hours, 26 hours from now. How do we... You hear the engine spoiling up, and that's what made us float. Firmly planted. Well, we held it for a hot second. At least that part was sexy. See, it's spooling up, trying to hold that speed. And then I go idle and it just sets down. And ka-thunk. Well, we held it. Made it look a little bit sexier than it felt. We will call that a night on this stream. As always, for everybody, stop by to come say hello and hang out for a while. Appreciate everybody so much. And until the next one, hope everybody has a great night. And on behalf of Wrong Side Simulations channel, bringing you the best content from the wrong side of the airplane, the right seat. Everybody have a great night, and we will see y'all hopefully later tonight on the next one. Take care, everybody.